reconciliation bills. And so, look, I know with Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, there is going to be cuts in government spending. They're not going to happen right away, though. It's probably at least 1-2 years out. And so in the meantime, though, we do have to grow the economy. To your point, we have no choice.
We don't have a choice. I hope you are making that well known inside of Mar-a-Lago and the transition team and to the new Secretary of the Treasury designate and everybody else, because I remember 1982. We won big in 1980 and we lost big in 1982 because the Reagan tax cuts were delayed by the assassination attempt, and they did not kick in time, Alfredo. And Paul Volcker also had to kill inflation dead. And I'm hoping Jerome Powell does. Last word to you. Do you expect the Fed to cut rates today?
Absolutely. But I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, Hugh. Like I said, the 10-year keeps going up. So at this point, I don't think the Fed's really in control of our interest rates.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to work is actual, honest to goodness economic growth. And that means the tax bill that Alfredo and I are advocating for. We're probably losing the battle. Maybe we'll win the war. I hope I don't come back and say I told you so, Alfredo, but I think we're playing Russian roulette with the tax code, and it's not a good idea. Alfredo, always good to see you, my friend. Alfredo Ortiz, CEO of the Job Creators Network, one of our great sponsors, jobcreatorsnetwork.com, jcn.org. I'll be right back tomorrow, America, on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
Portions of the Hugh Hewitt Show are brought to you by Job Creators Network.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no coverage at all. These days, you've got to do whatever you can to save money. One of the biggest expenses can be your car, especially when unexpected repair bills hit. Not anymore. CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan. You could save thousands with one call to CarShield. Call 800-840-1546 now to see if you qualify. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Repairs for your engine, transmission, and more can become a thing of the past. Plus, call 800-840-1546 right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options. Call 800-840-1546 today and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Just call 800-840-1546 to see if your car qualifies. 800-840-1546. That's 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546. Coverage varies by plans. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I don't really like working.
I'm gonna need a priority parking space.
I only work remotely.
How are your safe spaces?
Can I bring my dog to work?
Will your company protect me against microaggressions?
You're triggering me. Is this interview almost over?
You don't run a daycare, you run a business. So why use high-priced recruitment agencies who charge you up to 40% of an employee's first-year salary? So they're focused on getting you the costly talent, not the best fit, which means you get more of this.
What's your policy on paying employees to attend protests?
And I demand 8 weeks of vacation.
Rocks. I'm Michelle Polino. Billie Eilish was hit in the face by a flying object at one of her concerts performing in Glendale, Arizona. Friday evening, the 22-year-old pop star sat on the stage to perform What Was I Made For from last year's Barbie movie when she was hit directly in the face with what appeared to be a homemade fan necklace. The incident of throwing objects at performers has increased in recent years, with Kelsey Ballerini, Harry Styles, and BB Rexha all having been hit by objects. A treasure trove of unreleased Michael Jackson music was found in a storage facility deep in the San Fernando Valley by a former California highway patrolman. Greg Musgrove found a bunch of cassette and DAT tapes. Unfortunately, the 12 tracks Jackson worked on between 1989 and 91 won't reach public ears. Musgrove approached the Jackson estate, and they declined to purchase them, but made it clear the estate owns the copyright to them, so they can't be released publicly. That's Fox Rocks on Fox.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
The Fed makes a move. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell after a quarter-point interest rate cut, their third cut of the year.
The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal.
Though inflation has been a bit stickier lately, and Powell says today's rate cut was a closer call than last month's reduction. He also says they'll be cautious with additional cuts, signaling the Fed may reduce rates more slowly next year than previously expected. And stocks are now heading south. The Dow's down 496 points. A possible lifeline for TikTok as the U.S. Supreme Court fast-tracks the social media giant's appeal over a federal law requiring the app to be sold by its Chinese parent company to avoid being banned in the U.S. Arguments are set for January 10th, just days before the deadline for a sale.
A bipartisan vote in Congress set up the looming deadline amid concerns from the administration that TikTok poses a national security threat because of the amount of data collected. President-elect Trump supported the ban at the time, but during the campaign promised to save TikTok and hosted the company's CEO this week. TikTok says the law violates free speech rights.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Louisiana's health department says a bird flu patient is in critical condition with severe respiratory illness. The CDC says it's the first severe human case of bird flu in the U.S. and also the first stemming from backyard flocks. Most other human cases have been farm workers exposed to infected dairy cows or poultry. The Louisiana patient is over age 65 and is reported to have underlying health issues. California Governor Gavin Newsom just declaring a state of emergency over bird flu after more cases were found in Southern California dairy cows. America is listening to Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Two men are now charged with murder for a deadly home invasion in suburban Philadelphia.
Kelvin Roberts and Charles Fulworth accused of forcing their way into a home in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania to steal guns. But District Attorney Kevin Steele says they had the wrong address.
They went into the wrong house with bad intentions and shot an innocent 61-year-old woman as she lay in her bed, and they executed her 25-year-old son.
Andrew Gaudio was killed trying to protect his mother. She was shot and paralyzed. The suspects worked for the same junk hauling company, and the DA says a third employee had seen guns in a home with a similar address in Bucks County and tipped off the suspects who got the address wrong. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
Just getting word the two teams suing NASCAR over an antitrust complaint have won a preliminary injunction, allowing them to compete as chartered teams in the 2025 season. This includes the team owned by NBA Hall of Famer Michael Jordan and three-time Daytona 500 winner Denny Hamlin. A pair of controversial social media influencers, the Tate brothers, are being forced to give up more than $2 million to British police.
Andrew and Tristan Tate failed to pay tax on some $26 million of UK business revenue. Now a police force has been given permission to seize £2 million British pounds, the equivalent of $2.5 million. The court was told that Andrew Tate publicly declared he hadn't paid UK tax, and his approach had been to, quote, ignore, because in the end they go away. The judge wrote that what appeared to be a complex financial matrix was a straightforward attempt to cheat tax. Andrew Tate's called the ruling not justice and a coordinated attack. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
A late sell-off, an hour to the close on Wall Street as the Fed chair talks about inflation uncertainty. The Dow, the S&P, the NASDAQ are now all down more than 1%. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101, in collaboration with the Guam Premier Outlets, present the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair. Spend the first part of your new year with us. Enjoy an array of healthcare businesses showcasing how they can help you create a journey of wellness and how to create healthy habits. Mark the date, January 11th, for the 2025 Health and Wellness Fair, presented by Star 101, Boss 104, The Point, and Guam Premier Outlets.
6 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Superintendent Dr. Ken Swanson is set to present his recommendations on school closures to the Guam Educational Board. GDOE is hosting a series of virtual community briefings this week to shape the final outcome. Despite speculation, Swanson emphasizes that his proposal remains preliminary as multiple factors continue to play a role in the decision-making process. As they go through the process of examining, they're looking at what the cost of savings would be if they decommission a school. And they're ranging from $2 to $3 million that they can recover if they just close one campus, Swanson said. While cost savings are a major driver, especially amid the $47 million shortfall, the recommendations also reflect declining enrollment numbers. GDOE student population is currently standing at 23,000, a significant drop in the 30,000 pre-COVID numbers. The community engagement session started last night for the Hajar region in the southern districts, and it happens tonight for the Katan and Luzon region or central district, and on Friday for the Lago region on the northern districts here in Guam. Update on the homicide investigation that unfolded back in August. Defendant Eugene Hoffman is now facing charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide in connection with the death of a 33-year-old woman police found dead in a Dededo home. A superseding indictment charges Hoffman additionally with multiple counts of first and third degree criminal sexual conduct, aggravated assault, felonious restraint. Hoffman stands accused of allegedly torturing and abusing and raping the victim, Katina Afjay, prior to her death. Doctors conclude that he is fit to stand trial. No word yet when Hoffman is scheduled to appear back in court. And in tourism news, GVB said the visitors from Japan and Korea both want to experience more of the local culture. While Guam has a very accessible resort, the island lacks a must-visit appeal, according to GVB's acting president and CEO, Jerry Perez. Perez shared his sentiments like these from the Japan and Korean visitors, Guam's two top markets, during the Tourism Recovery Forum. GVB has proposed a 2-year, $60 million tourism recovery plan that prioritizes airline incentives, a new marketing campaign, and destination development that will require both public and private sectors working together. There were 1.4 million visitors in 2019, according to GVB's situation report. Arrivals this year are forecasted at 561,000, about a third of which are pre-pandemic arrivals from Japan and Korea. Japan arrivals continue to fall behind 30% recovery versus Korea's 50%. And that is your first look at news here on 93.9.
No, 93.3.
93.3.
Yeah.
There we go.
New guy in the studio. Are you new here? It's 6:09 in the morning. We'll catch a break and come back with weather.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
Company. What is it? Weather time? Is it the thing? Is that why you turned? Is that why you?
Should I throw to you?
Throw to me. Ray Gibson
now
with
it's Ray Gibson with the
weather.
weather.
Scattered showers and thunderstorms. Boy, there's an understatement. It's been raining all over the island for a while now. Let me get the radar up on the screen so that you can see what the guys over at the Weather Service are dealing with here this morning. And it's the kind of weather that they actually draw a thing around. There's actually a border around Guam here, which indicates that we are in for scattered showers and thunderstorms through most of the day. Some of that falling on central Guam right now. Mostly cloudy with highs near 87 degrees. East-southeast winds 14 to 17 miles an hour, gusting as high as about 25 miles an hour. There's mostly cloudy in the forecast for tonight with scattered showers and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. Easterly winds about up to 15 miles an hour. Might see some gusts today around 23 miles an hour. Partly sunny tomorrow with highs near 87. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night. Partly sunny by the time it gets to be Friday. Oh, you know what? I didn't do it. There's so much in my head.
It's all right.
It's okay. So for tomorrow, hey, Real Joe, what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah, man.
On the calendar?
With the new guy.
Mostly cloudy for tomorrow night, partly sunny Saturday, and mostly cloudy Saturday night. Heat index today is going to make it feel like it's 96 degrees, 50% chance of rain already. Rip currents and surf advisories are in effect this morning, so careful if you're going to be out there on the water. Sunrise at 6:38. Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:58. There it is. News and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time only, we are offering the whole house system of a Connecticut non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the incredible discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and 1-year limited warranty. Hurry, this sale is on until December 29th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom-and-pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6:13 Thursday morning in December of 2024.
It's Christmas Eve.
No, yeah, Christmas Eve.
Is it?
No.
Oh.
It's still like 6 days. I get the 5 days.
That's junk.
JB St. Nicholas. JB says it's 5 days, 18 hours, and a little bit of change in terms of time between now and the arrival of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, on Christmas
So
Day.
not time to shop yet.
There's plenty of time.
Hold. Everybody hold.
Yeah. You know, I'm waiting for the lines to go down over at some of the stores before I
Oh my
get all
God.
my stuff in. Okay, so
with the lines.
So what I'm not going to get, I'll tell you what I'm not gonna get. Hold on. Wait. So Ryan comes in, and normally, like if it's Donna, there's a laptop computer, and I want to say that something similar with Norman, but I don't know about Norman because Norman doesn't actually. He comes in with a laptop, reads the news, and he splits. And so our buddy Rye has got one of these little foldable cameras.
Oh, that's cool.
And Rye, your fonts aren't big enough, bro.
It's not big enough.
Your fonts need to be a whole lot bigger.
I tell you, 52 years old and my eyesight is giving me out.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome to life. Welcome to real life.
You know, so how long have you been on the air already so far?
25 years?
No.
Oh, from here?
For the station.
7 years or something like that? I don't know.
You know, I was thinking back as to when I was here.
Well,
you know, I remember you setting up and everything, and I was just thinking about Jerry Roberts, right? So I ran into him.
I'm scared of him.
Jake Euthanihi.
Yeah.
So I ran into him at Payless, and he asked me, "So, hey, are you still on radio?" I'm like, "Yeah, you know, I'm on 104." And and so, you know, it's like, you know, I'm still doing it and everything and all that. And I was like, "So what are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I'm still doing my business magazine and everything."
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, Ray is opening up a FM talk station. You may want to give him a call.
Right. And the rest is history.
And then the rest is history.
That's enough about you. Tell me more about me. Let's talk, because I don't know. I don't know if you know.
This is the Ray Gibson show,
Okay.
man.
There's a thing around here that said that right there on the bottom or something like that.
I noticed the AI girl.
So, yeah. Well, so the AI girl. I mean, it's a thing. I don't want to say it's a trademark of the program, but it's something that's been kind of interesting. Is so there's a thing called Grok. It's a part of Twitter. It'll soon be a standalone app, and you can ask Grok to get good-looking women and then the Ray Gibson show thing. And as you can say, kind of falls flat on both of them. I'm not saying that this is an ugly woman, but we've had prettier coming out of Grok in the past, and I don't know that the show is actually spelled that way. But here's the thing: I mean, AI just kind of makes it look like it. It looks like it could fit. It could fit.
Well, just looking at the women, if you want me to talk about you, Ray, I would say.
I don't know.
Go for it.
Yeah. My standards are a little bit higher than that. Anyway, 6:16 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled to be here with you. Even though on the visuals it says Norman Analista, that's actually Ryan Sinikolas, who has spent a lot of time. We've worked together-ish over the last 20 years or something like that. And you recently, I think your last talk radio gig was producing with Jesse Lujan for the Buzz program all those years ago. Anyway, so he was
which ultimately became a TV show, and so I noticed that you had I was watching TV. I'm like, what is Ray doing on the channel?
Yeah, well, we're on KUAM TV. I mean,
we're on TV.
There's a whole big thing. We got the visuals and all of that kind of stuff that's going to be going. Anyway, so Donna's out. Norman would normally be sitting in here, which is why it says underneath Ryan's picture, Norman Analista. And I was thinking about changing that this morning, but I changed my mind because you're only going to do like another 5 newscasts. Yeah. So it'll say Norman Analista, but that's Ray Sinikolas. And then the real Joe, you get the phone?
I promise.
888-825-5888-TALK. That's a telephone.
Had I known that, I would have used my stylish barong.
Right? Well, yeah. So you could channel Norman Analista.
Exactly.
Problem with Norman is he doesn't come in dressed like you see him in the newspaper when he's doing the little column thing or online.
Yeah.
Where he's all
like
dressed
a character in Game of Thrones.
Yes. like a cape and a big stand or a big steel rod with a big gold thing on the top of it. Anyway, so that's the lineup for news here this morning, and we'll run into another look at news and headlines in just a little bit. A bunch of items in the table of contents. Not really. A bunch of people we want to talk to this morning that might have a couple of interesting things to say. Now, we reached out yesterday on a lark, but I don't think we were able to get a hold of Tattoo Sean Gumatau. Because I think there needs to be a statement from the Republican Party about Senator, what's his name, Fisher. decided
that guy.
that he was not going to caucus with the Republicans anymore, and I wondered what the
You
nature.
have to jump him out, right?
I think so,
Is it
yes.
blood in, blood out?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a red thing.
So I'm wondering, when they're going to get around to doing something like that.
God.
Or what the nature of the response from the guys over at the Republican Party are going to be on that. Might be a reason to talk with other Republicans here this morning, and a couple of big stories that you might be following. They are going to vote, I think, tomorrow, day after, and they don't have a lot of time to review it. 1,500 pages worth of the continuing resolution that is going to take the place of the budget for the United States of America. Otherwise, the entire country will shut down, which is generally okay. I mean, are you expecting anything in the mail? Right, don't worry. The military will still function. Everybody will get paid, except oddly the Coast Guard for some reason. But more on that a little bit later on as we get closer and closer to it. The NDAA has passed. That's all done now. It's a must.
And we like this.
It's it's
a good thing.
Billions and billions of dollars worth of spend that's going to happen. Oh, it's big cha-ching on Guam, big cha-ching. But it's not big.
Alrighty then.
It's not. I don't think it's big cha-ching for like us. It's not like the Department of Defense advertises. They just kind of go on.
We get more missiles, right?
They do their DOD thingy. And so what it means is there's going to be a whole lot more spend in military construction and things like that are going to be taking place here on Guam. Now, inside the fence. So we're going to have to figure out how to get more advertising from I don't know, commissary or base or something like that. I'm a business wizard. I'll sort something out and execute the deal as time goes by. But we'll reach out, and I think today is also it's Thursday, right?
All day.
Klitsky cameo. There should be a Klitsky cameo a little bit later on in the broadcast. What's he going to be talking about? I don't know. I mean, there's a whole lot of interesting stuff that we could load in. Maybe it'll be something like, I don't know, receivership over virtually the entire government of Guam, hospital, Department of Corrections, et cetera, et cetera. Just bring in airplane loads of people with island print shirts and briefcases and let them take care of things.
Take over.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can take care. If we can handle all of these weighty responsibilities that you've crafted upon us. There's that, and then there's all the crap I didn't get to yesterday. I did a full load of Ray Gibson show stuff that we were going to be talking about, and then those two pretty speech pathologists came in from Palm Regional Medical City. Yeah. So I'm getting emails from people yesterday saying, "Please, God, Ray, tell me you recorded the show. You recorded the show right on video. There's a video floating around." Yes, you can find yesterday's program.
I caught you, bro.
You can find most of the yesterday
slurring your
programs.
Speech the whole time so you could get a referral.
Yes, looking to get a referral. Hang out with those guys. But I got to, let me take care of a shout out to Dr. Tom Shea and Tram Sullivan and the entire GMA for an incredible show last night. Remember last week before, we were giving away all those tickets to go watch the
Karen Carpenter.
The Yesterday Once More show. Joe, it was an awesome show.
So I missed out.
Yes. Yes.
I know you love that for me. I hate myself.
I wasn't in charge of the tickets. I wasn't in charge of it. Shelley was in charge of tickets.
Of course.
Shelley was in charge of Radio Radar and the tickets. But it was a great show. Very, very, it was super, super rehearsed, and everything was crisp. All of the songs. There were several goosebump moments in the program. It's funny, and so if you had a chance to go watch it, incredible. Hopefully, Tom will bring them back, or maybe there'll be an encore performance, because it was standing room only last night, and everybody digging the music of the Carpenters, the Mamas and the Papas, not Earth, Wind and Fire, the Fifth Dimension. Would have been cool if they had done something like that.
ABBA.
And
ABBA.
yeah, I don't want to spill too many of the beans, but the end of the program was ABBA. They did all of the different acts in order. So Carpenters, and then the Mamas and the Papas, Fifth Dimension, and
they hit you with the Fernando.
And no.
Man, I know.
There's little bits of Fernando and Chiquitita, and I want to say
it was a medley.
The Dancing Queen, bro. When they got to Dancing Queen, everybody, even the old
people came out of the closet.
Yeah, even the old dodgy, doctors were singing along to it, and there might be some degree of doctor drama that may take place. We'll hear about this a little bit more later, and I think there still might be some moving parts, even as early as this morning. But apparently, there was going to be a confirmation hearing for Dr. Nathaniel Berg to sit on the Guam board.
Sounds familiar.
Right.
Yeah.
So. He was supposed to be confirmed again to sit at the head of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, and for some reason, that confirmation hearing was taken off the agenda. And here's the problem. If he's not reconfirmed, then there won't be enough people to have a quorum of the GBME, which means they won't be able to do any GBME business like providing short-term authorization for drive-in doctors to be able to perform the act of medicine here on Guam. And there might be a couple of doctors that maybe they weren't singing along to Dancing Queen last night because they were concerned about how we were going to be dealing with some of those healthcare questions. That's all ahead on the Ray Gibson Show. And if there's something that you want me to talk about, you know how to get a hold of me. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number here at the radio station. You'll know that, right? 797-8255. That's the number for the meme machine. Right now, early morning meme stuff that's coming in is what things are looking like at 625 on the eastern side of the island to get Jeff from over at Pirates Cove, whose daily obligation to the program is to take some pictures on that side of the island.
Thank you, sir.
So a little bit dark, a little bit overcast, a little bit soggy on that side of the island, but that's the way things are going to be looking according to the guys over at the National Weather Service. Anyway, 6:25 in the morning as we get started in the program. We can't do anything unless we say good morning to all of these soggy souls here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came.
Dancing Queens.
You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
And the gang is all here. I assure you. And you know who got to be number one today? You know who's number one?
No.
Me. I'm number one. I'm number one.
All right, I'll clap for that.
I shouldn't play. It's just that I pressed the button on the stream and then
all you do is win.
And then I went to Facebook like Trump. Like Trump,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So
it's the Ray effect.
I went to the thing, and there was nobody chiming in yet, so I chimed in saying "hoik" because that's the way Tomorrow Boys do that when we run ourselves into property, familiar or not. JB St. Nicholas was right behind me saying good morning to all. There's Henry Manglonia, Bandit, Ismail Velez, JB. Count down the hours and the days between here and Christmas. Again, 5 days, 18 hours from where he wrote that. Big man Rico B.
Bubba Yaga.
There's Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsa to Dwayne Santos saying half a day to everyone. Gerald Young and Henry Manglonia and let me see, Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
That's what it says.
All right, man.
There's Henry.
Good morning, guy.
But he might have actually sent something in already. We'll see. Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, Elena Garcia, buenas and half a day to you. There's Gemma Bustamante, Sarita Garin. That's one of the known balloon smugglers that is here with us now.
Magandang.
Good to have you online there. Auntie Bennett, like I said, is hanging out already. Charles Craw with a warm and welcoming half a day to everybody. And you can tell that he was sincere about this because he, instead of just writing out half a day on the A, he's got that little circle over it.
The dot.
He's got the dot over the A. Thank you so much, Charles.
You went
Craw.
that extra mile, sir.
I love that. I think that's great. Sarita says, rain, go away. No, just go back to bed. Put the covers back over you because it's going to be a long day. Let me see. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King online. Good to have you here, Highness. Let me see. Joey Kitsu saying buenas.
Hey, that's JQ. What's up, man?
Hey, you didn't put the little dot over the
Good morning,
buenas.
yeah. No little dot, man.
Otherwise, if you look at that wrong,
The payday's not till Friday, Ray.
Says Duenas. is Ismael Velez. There's another one. There's an A with no dot on top of it. What's that? What happens to people with no scruples? He says, ask Liz Cheney. She's being referred for criminal prosecution for witness tampering and generating false statements for the Three Kings Day parade over at the Capitol. I'm going to have to look into that.
Who said that?
I don't know. It sounds like it's a made-up story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's from Ismail, so there might be something to it.
I don't know, Chief.
Looking at Jane now to there, and Tim Zedeker says, good morning, Point. Good to have you there. Lori with a Y, Duenas. Looking at Felix Bumba here. Lonnie with an I, Solace. Half a day to Ken Augustin, and Lori saying good morning to Ken. Nick Perlowski throwing a couple of hoiks out in our direction as well. Lena Garcia wishing everybody, like like Rico and Bandit and Steve and Liz, a good morning. Half a day to you guys there. Lena says good morning to Auntie Bennett and Sarita and Donna. Donna's not actually in the studio, but I'm sure somewhere out there she's listening to the broadcast.
Seriously doubt it.
Trust me, baby. Hey, you got a job when you get back. Don't worry about it.
We hate you.
Ursula Francis. I want refrigerator.
We just pretend to like you.
Want refrigerator magnets from Cebu. That's all I want. Big Man Rico, like I said, Ursula Franquez Garrido is online. There's Alicia Duenas Anderson off of the F. Ramos. Jerome McDonald Spy, who loves me. My wife told me to stop talking about toes on the Ray Gibson show. Her counterpart Shirley reported me. She still loves me.
Grounded, dude.
She still loves me.
Tell us about the doghouse, Ray. Tell us how this doghouse thing works out.
I don't know. I don't worry about those things anymore. There's Jerome's in the doghouse for wondering about toes on the Ray Gibson show. You should have just said, hey, at least I'm only asking about toes. I'm restricting it to one body part, to which we are all very, very thankful. What's that? Charles Craw says Norman Analista looks different this morning. Hope he's feeling okay. We'll work. We'll struggle through all of those issues. Nate Horn's there. Good morning to Steve Love. Steve Love's a real human being.
There you are.
Steve Love's feeling a little bit left out because Jerome's not asking about his toe ring sizes. Let me see. Mike Grace Bloss looking at. I'm checking to see if there's any other new names.
Some type of way.
Dennis Larson, B-Man, online here this morning, and if you want to give honey away as a great Christmas gift idea, any Shirley's on Guam has got B-Man Dennis Larson's signature Lancero honey, and be happy to sell some of it. It makes a great stocking stuffer, wonderful gift. There's Randy Landis, as in Tropic. What's it? Tropic Shade.
Tropic Shade.
That's
guy.
it. Yeah. Tropic Thunder. Tropic
Check him out on YouTube.
Absolutely. Let me see here. Francis Duffy. Smoke him if you got him, says Dennis. Famous last words. There's plenty of time to shop, according to Randy Landis. Calm down, everybody. I will give you the shopping hours for the Micronesia Mall. And if you're wondering if there's anything besides shopping going on at the mall, the answer is yes. They've uploaded a whole bunch of schedule items onto the website. So go to thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web, and then take a look at some of the things that they've got: entertainment and not trolley rides, but the choo-choo rides, and the tree decorated with the lights.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
full 9 yards,
I'm burping
man.
Hyatt food now. I'm burping the Hyatt food. The spread last
good,
night was
huh?
incredible as well. They always do such an outstanding job, especially for Dr. Shea. That's why he only does his events out there. 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the phone number. Checking in real quick with the guys on the YouTube side. And for those of you that are just tuning in and wondering what is this the magic that is the Ray Gibson Show, we stream now to a bunch of different places: Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and those are generally interactive spaces. We also stream to rumble.com, which could be an interactive space, except I never check it to see who's online, and so if you leave a comment there, I may not see it for 2 or 3 months until I go back there and check on whether or not the account is growing. Also stream to thepoint.gu. We are on KUAM TV, and so it's good to have everybody around. So what we like to do is just kind of recognize some of the folks that come out here every day. Point Familia. Point Familia can be found over on the YouTube, on the Facebook side, but also on the YouTube side. The YouTube side is like, remember when you were riding the bus when you were kids, and so like the like the normies in the front.
Yeah, the nerds.
Yeah, and then you had the guys in the back. You had the guys in the back, and if you weren't one of the guys that naturally sat in the back, you could sit back there.
Graffiti.
You could, but they'll throw your books out the window.
Cut the chair cushion.
Exactly. No, God.
Pocket knife.
Now we know why we can't have nice things. Anyway, so sometimes the YouTube guys can be the back of the bus guys. Led here this morning by back of the bus Chica Gemma Bustamante. Big Man Rico is here as well. Tommy Napati, James Bondo, Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, covering both bases. He's lurking on this side as well. Tattoo Sean Gumatauto. Good morning, checking in from Full. Johnny, we're going to be looking for you here this morning. You got to have a good response to our question, which is, what is the reaction of the Republican Party of Guam, God's own party, Guam's own party? That's what the GOP stands for, and we want to know what your thoughts are on the abdication of the role played by the Republican, sort of, Tom Fisher. MP Ogo online. There's Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist, hanging out on this side as well. Manny Paris. Christina B. is checking in early this morning. Christina, I love your comments. Keep them going. I might not refer to them on the air all the time, but I read them. And if the microphone is off and you see me chuckling, there's a very good chance I'm reading something that you wrote. Bad Boy 671 Guam Barbecue is online. Steve is over here as well, telling everybody to build GPD headquarters, funded by Gura. What, out in the no man's land of Mingilo?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Over the sinkhole.
Can you imagine the incredible the incredible opportunities for development and retail and wholesale and warehousing opportunities up there? All we need to do is widen the road to 18 lanes, and we'll put in some water and power and internet infrastructure.
A green city.
It'll be
new.
Way better than Tamuning. Way better than Tamuning. Pete Apu is online. Brother Ted Nelson hanging out from the north end. And as I said, Rico Blancaflor hanging out on that side as well. If you got something, like I said, you want to talk about, you know how to get a hold of me. In the meantime, at 6:34, what do you say, Ray? You ready for the headlines? You think you made it all the way through?
I can do this.
All right, hold the thing right up to your face.
Okay.
And you might be able to see it a whole lot better. All right, news and headlines at 6:35-ish with Ryan St. Ryan, what's going on?
Good morning, Guam. Senator Tom Fisher has informed Speaker Terlahi that he will no longer caucus or identify with the Republican Party in the 37 Guam legislature. This comes after the 37 Guam legislature quickly nears the end of its term, and as Fisher, who was not reelected in the 38 legislature, considers his future opportunities in a nonpartisan public office. Specifically, Fisher said he's considering a run for the Attorney General. Guam's challenges are too big and to be limited by party lines, Fisher said. I want to focus on what really matters, delivering solutions for our families, our island community, and our future. I've made this decision because I believe the best way to keep working for everyone on this island is without political distractions. In other news, a woman charged in connection to a deadly armed robbery outside the Thai restaurant in Tamuning was granted her request to find work. Defendant Jenna Rose Manabusan appeared before the magistrate judge, Jonathan Kwan, in Superior Court yesterday. Prosecutors opposed the request due to the serious charges she faces, to include conspiracy to commit aggravated murder. The court ordered her that her third-party custodian take her to find work, adding that she would need to continue wearing the electronic monitor. Manabusan and a co-defendant with Domingo Mendiola are charged in connection on the killing of 53-year-old Sumitra Lairopi, if I said that correct. Investigators said that the deadly armed robbery was drug-related. And that is your look at news at 6:30 in the morning for The Point.
6:30-ish. Okay, there we are. 6:36 actually is the time on the clock on the Ray Gibson Show. When we return, we'll take an early look at what's going on in traffic and maybe round up a little bit more of the items that are going to be working on today's table of contents in the Ray Gibson Show. Don't you move there.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Before Simba, there was Mufasa. Discover his legacy, his struggles, and the bond that defines a kingdom in the new film, Mufasa.
The circle is broken. There will be one Lion King.
Mufasa, run!
Listen to Boss 104, Star 101, and The Point for a chance to win free movie passes. Watch with us at Regal Cinemas on December 20th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. for some amazing giveaways. Thank you to our sponsors, Little Wang's Pet Life and the UOG Endowment Foundation. Special thanks to Proline Automotive.
No, it's too early for traffic. It's only 6:34. Nobody has done anything. Everybody stayed up late over at Hyatt last night for the show, and you can almost hear a little bit of a throat thingy going on in here because I wasn't singing along. I wasn't.
Yeah.
I was
sure you weren't.
I was whispering along, but every time they'd end
lip syncing.
Yeah, every time they'd end the show, I just kind of erupt in applause and noise because it was that good. Anyway, 6:38 in the morning. Let's see what the traffic situation looks like for you right now. Let me refresh this and see if there's any red spots working. A little bit southbound of Anderson Air Force Base as you make your way through the village. Nothing major, just intersection traffic all the way to the intersection of 1 and 3. Not a whole lot of traffic up there right now. Tiny bit up at Ukadu, but it should be a straight shot past that intersection, then past the Micronesia Mall intersection. From there, southbound to 8, 10, and 16, looking pretty cherry right now, and only a little bit of traffic lining up in front of the Kmark area in the downtown Tamuning area. As you make your way down further south, might see a little bit of traffic over at the ITC building if you're headed to early morning shopping over at GPO. Otherwise, if you're central and wondering what the best way to get into town looks like, it looks like Route 8 in Barragata. Route 4 is starting to busy up in some of the usual spots. Oddly, at the intersection at Ta'i, but it's starting to busy up southbound, which is kind of unusual for this morning in the regular traffic patterns. You will see some of the other slowing down over by Apicento Gardens and Ordot and Sinahanya. If you're in the downtown Negutnia area and headed down to Big Navy and Sumai, should be a straight shot for you. Don't see anything, and I don't see any place where you might get slowed down from a lot of standing water. But be on the lookout for that anyway, depending on what the road conditions and the rainy conditions are looking like for you. 20 away from the top of the hour. That's traffic on the Ray Gibson Show.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tamuning.
Okay, we'll do a Ray Gibson Show, 19 away from the top of the hour. Portions brought to you by the guys over at Hafaloha Terra and her incredible team, putting together incredible treats for your mouth that they've got there. So go by the old Cowboy Ninja in the W Complex in Tumon and check out some of the stuff that they've got. They've got these incredible bowls, the Hafaloha bowls, bananas, coconuts, mango, kiwi on the inside. You can make your own if you want to. And I'm looking to see if they've got things like cherries to top it off. In the meantime, among our favorites continues to be the soft serve, where you can get vanilla and pineapple, vanilla or pineapple, or if you're adventurous that way, vanilla and pineapple in a twist with all your favorite toppings. There's more on the menu. You got to check it out. I can't read it all to you here because short of I'd be doing this until 10 if I even tried to start. So check it out today. Hafaloha in Tumon.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
If there's any actual news going on here that we can report. It's 6 days away from Christmas, and is traditional in the talk radio business. Things get kind of thin when it gets to be the holidays, and not as much of opportunities for there to be a lot of interplay because there's so many people that are off island, so many folks that that are traveling right now. They're in process of traveling. There's a lot of airports that are being shut down, a lot of flights that are being canceled, a lot of delays that we're seeing as a result of a white Christmas that people have been dreaming about, which is great for everybody, unless you're traveling. So if you know somebody that's literally on the road right now, and unless they're in an airport that is surrounded with sunshine like ours, it's a pretty good chance that they might be in delay mode, just looking at their phone, counting down how much time they've got before it gets to zero.
You have to de-ice the wings.
Have you ever been in a situation like that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't believe him though. Is it real?
What's that? De-icing of the airplane?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You want to do something like you want the extra weight on the plane. Number
Alrighty.
one, you want to make sure that all of the parts that move on the plane actually can move and are not encrusted in ice. But I had the opportunity a few years ago, the chance to do some winter flying. I'd gone down to Texas for a trade show. And I was making my way back, and I realized that the connection in Los Angeles was too short for me to be able to catch my next flight. So as a result of that, I called the airlines. It was Northwest at the time, and they said, no problem, we'll get you from Texas. How about we send you Minneapolis, and then we'll fly over the North Pole. You can see Santa Claus, and take you to Tokyo. And I said, that sounds great. Tokyo. I had another 3 hours for the airplane ride to home. Everything was great, and then I got to Tokyo, and they said it's wintertime and we cannot land the airplane in Tokyo. They're snowed in.
No good.
Yeah.
Black ice, sir.
Everybody black ice.
Abunai.
They said,
boom, boom, Segoy.
So we get to Osaka. And they rerouted us to Osaka. Land the airplane in Osaka, and everything is great. I got off the airplane, and we're all milling around in the airport. And then the flight attendant, one of the Northwest people, said, "We're very sorry. We're not going to be able to take off again tonight because the pilot's been in the chair too long, and so they're going to close the airport. So you have to leave." And I thought, I can't tell you the words that I used on the air, but they were along the rhyme with hit, because at the time, all I had was an expired passport. I wasn't planning on being in Japan, and so I hadn't taken the steps to renew my passport.
That could be a problem.
It was a problem. It was a major problem. And anyway, so after I got that sorted out, and somebody from the airline had to spend the night in front of my room to make sure I didn't leave. It was one of those diplomatic deals. And then the
embassy.
We get back to the airport and get to Tokyo, and then the same thing happened again. We got to Tokyo, but we couldn't make the flight to Guam because Guam was snowed in or something stupid like that. So and I swore then. It's the same swear that you have the morning after you drink too much tequila. But this one stuck. This one stuck, Joe. I promised I would never, ever travel during the wintertime again for exactly all of those reasons. And I've been faithful to that vow all of these years. 6:45 on the Ray Gibson Show. I was going to look at the Guam Daily Post. Real Joe makes it a habit to go out there and find me a Guam Daily Post. And the big story here today. Woohoo! Are you ready for it?
I'm so ready.
Receiver ordered to work with parties on settling GWA lawsuit. Does this sound like fun or what?
I love it when they force the issues.
I'm sitting there going, thank God we've got John O'Connor at the Guam Daily Post.
You're forced to like each other.
Write up these stories for us, and that means that there's nothing else going on. At least yesterday we had a picture of Will Parkinson on the front page of the Guam Daily Post. We don't have that now, and you might be wondering, who made the decision? Because frankly, I think it would have been fun to take the Fisher pictures and put those on
Fisher
front.
pictures.
Yes, Fisher pictures. And oh, by the way, Anthony Bennett Lohan Duenas is already telling people not to vote for Fisher for Attorney General. But you better, Anthony Bennett, you better cover all the bases here. Make sure, because he's going to be looking at all kinds of nonpartisan roles here. So you make sure it's Attorney General and what's the other one? Public Auditor.
Yes,
public auditor.
Yes, public auditor.
All right, so it's 6:47. We'll see if BJ still wants the job in another couple of years. About ready to retire, right? 6:47 in the morning. Who's on the phone?
Oh, it's Senator Sean from God's Country.
Senator-elect Sean Gumatao.
He's with the Guam Republican Party, right?
Yes, and also with the Republican Party of Guam. Yes, a very close friend, a personal friend on the Ray Gibson Show. Buenas and from
Buenas and good morning, Ray. And I thought about what Ryan was saying earlier, that you did the same for me. I think you said get up on the air and do that work over Hit Radio 100. So
I think we did.
All have that common link to Ray Gibson.
Yes, yeah. You do it so I don't have to. That's the art of delegation, if anything. But lingering congratulations. How's Christmas time looking in Telefofo in God's Country?
Oh, it's good. And just preparing for Christmas and the New Year, and of course inauguration. I didn't realize how much stuff you got to do, and you can't do it by yourself, but you also can't do the government's not going to do your chores. So,
well, you know what?
Get ready for
I don't know if you heard the broadcast the other day, but we were talking with your incoming colleague, former media pals with Sabrina Salas-Matanani, and we were, I was asking, I was just kind of joking around, what's going on? What are you going to be wearing to inauguration? And then the conversation veered into something which should be as simple, kind of no-brainer as what are you guys going to be doing for the furniture in the new Guam legislature? Is there a change in the standing rules? Do you have to junk and pull or arm wrestle for furniture? Nice looking furniture.
No, I got to thank the central office of the Guam legislature for helping us, because it's a lot of work on their end, and so I think there's going to be a lot of furniture that will be left behind by some of the outgoing senators, and I think I thank them in advance for their help. And yeah, I think government's still working. Nothing has exploded since Trump was elected, so I guess we're okay.
Because you can go to that bargain place on Route 16, get some of those folding plastic tables.
I think we're good on our end, right?
I'm trying to help. As I told her when I moved into my house, I didn't have any furniture except an ironing board, and that was where I ate dinner and watched television on it. Occasionally ironed a shirt with it. Yeah. So anyway, among the outgoing members of the 37th Guam legislature is Senator Tom Fisher, Senator Tom Fisher, who very publicly sent out. He could have just done it and sent the memo and just forget about it, but it went out to all of the media, and then you know how we are. We copied it to everybody because of the nature of the amusing nature of the story, where he says he is. Doesn't want to caucus with the Republican Party of Guam, and I'm assuming that means just at the legislature. Did he send something similar in your direction, requesting for a reversal of the charges on his membership to be a Republican?
No and no.
No and no. Okay, so it's just the caucus stuff then, huh?
Pretty much.
Okay. So doesn't want to meet with any of the existing members of the minority at the 37th Guam legislature?
I think if you were watching session, I think it was pretty clear where he was standing.
Yes, I was watching that, and then when it came to the vote, he was gone.
Okay, Joe, do you have the crickets?
It was interesting because he got up there and is making speeches and all of this other stuff, and then when it came time to vote on some of the stuff, he was absent.
I agree.
Yeah, and then the strange thing is he had appeared to support the conversation that included eminent domain, but he's on the record elsewhere saying he could not support eminent domain. So I thought it was interesting. So I guess he recused himself from that vote, so it didn't appear to flip-flop on that.
I can't even. I'm not even sure where to go from there.
No, listen, and that's okay because I'm just trying to put you on the spot. So, as the presumed spokesperson for the Republican Party of Guam, is there a statement forthcoming on Mr. Fisher removing himself from the Republican caucus?
No.
Not even.
Nope.
You can ask AI to write it. Go to ChatGPT and ask AI to write something.
I think if you ask of the members across the 19 districts, if you ask any of the 19 district leaders the same question, I think they would probably all have the same response, I think, at this point, Ray. And I think we're all getting ready for the 38th Guam legislature and the 9-member caucus that's prepared to move and help Guam. So
Roger that. And among the priorities include question mark?
Question mark.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think there's got to be quite a bit of different initiatives we push down. I know that I think we've heard them all. Are we going to have a new hospital? Roll back of the BPT is going to be the big one for us as well. So I think it's going to be interesting first 100 days of the 38th Guam legislature.
I'll ask. I'm not quite sure what the nature of the answer is going to be, but let me ask: to what degree the Republican majority has been reaching out to the now Democrat minority to assure. I don't know, a little bit of openness, a little bit of transparency, a little bit of kumbaya, if you will, because there are going to be things that even with the Republican majority, there's still going to be things that you need across the aisle support from, and to a degree, a certain amount of deal making. So, have you guys in some of those initial?
In all seriousness, we are. excited about working with the minority to be able to advance the bills that are important for all the people of Guam. Those discussions have already started, Ray, which has been great.
That's one of the reasons I asked.
I'm looking forward to working with the Democratic minority to support, the kind of the push from the legislative branch and to help support all the people of Guam, especially from in that particular and most important role that we have in creating laws for the people of Guam. So
because along with questions like that, you get Charlie Hermosa who's chiming in on the Facebook side. Time to create the Guam Doge, and if that hasn't come up in your conversations among the Republicans, maybe it should. There does need to be a Department of Government Efficiency here, because nothing is getting done around Guam. Money seems to be flowing and flying in and out. But on the ground, I don't know that regular plain old Guamanians are seeing a whole lot of improvements based on the incredible amount of money that is on Guam right now.
Ray, I think the executive branch has a lot of mandates that they're trying to keep up with, and I think we see it every day, or maybe the lack of. But I think when we look at what's happening in the nation's capital relative to those, man, there's some major cuts coming that could have some major implications for Guam. And I think that if we're not all paying attention to what's happening there, and it's call it downstream effects, I think we shouldn't be shocked, but I think we should also, we're going to have to just adjust. And how do we live with, life a certain way after these cuts from the federal government coming down to Guam?
Well, we'll see what happens. They got a 1,500-page CR that they're supposed to be voting on sometime soon. My guess is that's going to have a whole lot of Christmas presents in it.
Hey, but the Senate passed the NDAA.
Senate did pass the NDAA this morning, and there's good news there for those of us that have got businesses and concerns that deal with military, their dependents, contractors, and on-base construction.
Jim Moylan, you got to love it. He did a great job.
Jimmy did a good job. We'll see if we can find him a little bit later on. See if he's got any comments about Fisher leaving the Republican caucus. Because I'm coming up dry with you here.
Sorry, bro. It's Christmas time, Umbry.
Okay, Stumpy.
Wait. Play the crickets thing again, Joe.
Real Joe, do we have the cricket sound effect? There it is. There is the response from the Republican Party of Bro, I'll talk to you later. Have you picked out your suit for inauguration?
I am going to go pick it up. Thank you.
Wait a second. I was going to say, who's dressing you for the inauguration? I was out somewhere, and somebody told my daughter that she needs to be in charge of dressing me now in the future. We'll go to Ross or go to Macy's.
Sounds familiar from my 5 kids.
Yeah, right? Pick out a whole nother wardrobe. 6:55 in the morning. No more Bahakis and Zoris for you. Tattoo Sean Gumatato. If we don't see each other in the next 6 days or so, just my most sincere wish for an incredible and beautiful Christmas time with your incredible and beautiful family, and can't hardly wait until I can officially say Senator Sean Gumatato.
Oh, yes, thanks, Ray. And Merry Christmas to you and the team over there, and look forward to some exciting times coming up.
I think they're all going to be fun. You have a great day. 888-8255-888-TALK. That's a telephone number around these parts. A couple of minutes away from Fox News Live, and we'll get some other details on what's going on economically. I think the Fed made a decision now on rates. That is going to be one of the stories that they're going to be talking about here this morning, and so we'll cover that. I think I've got some of the other market information out here. This was kind of interesting when I saw it on the screen yesterday, and it's still there. Egg prices may soon, quote, flirt with record highs, according to suppliers.
Ooh, flirting.
And so when I see stories like that, then I start to ponder in my head, maybe it's time that I take advantage of some space that I have around the house and maybe do some chicken cooping. You and I know several people that are involved. Brittany Tollefson is a chicken cooper lady.
I know some chicken ladies.
Dennis Larson, B-Man Dennis Larson, he does his own eggs. And so you start to wonder, what would the process be of putting together one of those literally cottage egg laying situations over at your house.
It's a chicken poop for me, Ray.
You know what? It's always good to have a little bit of extra chicken poop. You ever had cream of mushroom soup and you're just going, it's missing something. It's missing something. It's usually missing the chicken poop in there. So So there's another story from CNBC says food prices are at their highest levels in over a year, and there are a number of items on a list that they have that they say are going to get even more expensive, starting with the eggs. So we may actually start eating, trying to get as much nutrition out of whatever, and if maybe in that chicken poop, maybe there's a little bit more nutrition that's left in there that the chickens didn't take advantage of.
Probiotics, Ray.
On the other hand, if you need money, go and find somebody under 40 years of age. There's new studies out there that says that Americans under 40 are richer than ever. They still feel an increasing sense of economic fragility, but they're making money. Report points to expanded education, less discriminatory workplaces, cheaper goods, and more household wealth as examples of how young Americans' lives are improving. Between 25 and 39, median wealth hit $80,000 in 2022.
Dude, that's the age.
Bruh, when I was 25 years old, I had a number pretty similar to that, but it was a minus. I mean, that was the kind of deficit that I was running in those years. While wealth was turbocharged by stimmy checks and roaring bull markets after the pandemic, careers were not. Mentorship and on-the-job learning are much harder when working remotely, which is something that I think we're still dealing with. Any soccer fans around here besides Sean Gumatata?
Woo-woo.
There is the FIFA World Cup.
Here we go.
Is going to be in a number of years. In 2034, the World Cup is going to be in Saudi Arabia. Just FYI.
Oh, I thought you were going to say here.
No. Oh, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
No.
We could build our tourism
Bro,
up, right?
in 2034 is going to be like FestPac 2.0 or something like that. But in 2034, it's going to be in Saudi Arabia, which means one thing. No booze. Maybe more on that in just a little bit. That's right. Kind of a dry place out in that very
bummer.
dry spot in the world. We'll share that with you along with a ton of other kind of interesting stories that we're going to be flailing around with on a Thursday morning, day before Friday, 6 days away from Christmas morning, and maybe it will give you the inspiration to get out there and get some shopping done. As I said, B-Man Dennis Larson has got his farm's farm to table honey. And if that looks like a great gift idea for somebody, then swing by the nearest Shirley's and they'll hook you up. Seconds away from 7 o'clock in the morning. KUSG, I got you this. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. A late plunge on Wall Street. I'm Lisa Brady. The Dow down more than 1,100 points at the bell after the Fed cut its benchmark interest rate by a quarter point, but also projected only 2 cuts next year, fewer than previously expected, mainly because inflation remains elevated. Though Fed Chair Jerome Powell says he feels good about the economy, while acknowledging many Americans still don't.
What I think people are feeling right now is the effect of high prices, not high inflation. So we understand very well that prices went up by a great deal, and people really feel that.
Powell says that will change as wages grow, but he says it will take time. The federal government is suing CVS, accusing the pharmacy chain of filling and billing federal health insurance programs for illegal opioid prescriptions. The newly unsealed complaint from the Justice Department claims illegal conduct was driven by company-mandated performance metrics and that some patients died of overdoses shortly after filling illegal prescriptions. No word yet of a CVS response to that lawsuit. California wins permission from the federal government to set stronger limits on emissions from cars, SUVs, and trucks.
The EPA approving 2 waivers under the Clean Air Act to give California permission to ban sales of new gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035 and cut 90% of smog-forming pollution from diesel-powered trucks in the state by 2027. President-elect Trump campaigned on rolling back electric vehicle requirements. Incoming White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling Fox News Digital the waivers will slaughter the remnants of the U.S. auto industry.
Fox's Christian Goodwin. California Governor Gavin Newsom says naysayers prefer to side with the oil industry over consumers and automakers. In Montana, the state Supreme Court upholding a landmark climate ruling that said the state violated constitutional rights to clean environment by preventing consideration of greenhouse gas effects when issuing permits for fossil fuels. America's listening to Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Chell in San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
The holidays are here again, and American WaterTech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time only, we are offering the whole house system of a Connecticut non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the incredible discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and 1-year limited warranty. Hurry, this sale is on until December 29th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301.
Some House Republicans are preparing for border legislation.
The House Border Security Caucus says it expects the incoming Trump administration to crack down on drug cartels.
Every single one of these cartel thugs and evil terrorists needs to be deported immediately, and I am confident, like my friend Andy Biggs said, I'm confident that our president will start doing so immediately with his very wise appointee, Tom Homan.
Republican co-chair Brian Babin of Texas. Members say the Republican-controlled Congress will push to pass the Lake and Riley Act early next Congress, which requires ICE to detain those in the country illegally who commit crimes like theft or burglary.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz on Capitol Hill. Federal safety regulators are retreating from seeking a recall of nearly 50 million airbag inflators, now saying more investigation is needed. This after finding technical differences between inflators made by ARC Automotive and other manufacturers. The oldest inscribed stone tablet of the 10 Commandments sells at auction in New York.
Unearthed in 1913 in Israel, the 115-pound tablet contains 20 lines of Paleo-Hebrew text, but only 9 of the commandments. Sotheby's began displaying it earlier this month until the Wednesday auction. The bidding opened
with some interest at $900,000.
And even with authenticity questions, was expected to top out at $2 million, but went up.
$3 million, no regrets, at $3 million.
And up.
At $4 million. There it is.
Until settling at the final total, with the winner hearing the official end of the bidding.
It's yours. Sold for $4 million too.
Taking home a piece of history.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Recapping stocks, the Dow plummets 1,123 points. The S&P also down more than 2%. The NASDAQ down more than 3%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at NissanGuam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and wambam roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
6 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Superintendent Dr. Ken Swanson is set to present his recommendations on the school closure of the Guam Education to the Guam Education Board. GDOE is hosting a series of virtual community briefings this week to shape the final outcome. As they go through the process of examining, they're looking at what the cost savings will be if they decommission schools. And they're looking at a $2 to almost $3 million they can recover if they just close one campus, said Swanson. While cost savings are a major driver, especially amidst the $47 million budget shortfall, the recommendation also reflects declining enrollment numbers. GDOE student population currently stands at 23,000, a significant drop of 30,000 pre-COVID. The community engagement session started last night for the Haza region. Tonight, it happens for the Katan and Luchen region or Central District, and Friday for the Lago region up north. Updates on the homicide investigation that unfolded back in August. Defendant Eugene Hoffman is now facing charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide in connection with the death of a 33-year-old woman police found in a dead adult home. A superseding indictment charges Hoffman additionally with multiple counts of first and third degree criminal sexual conduct, aggravated assault, and felonious restraint. Hoffman stands accused of allegedly torturing, abusing, and raping the victim, Katina Afjay, prior to her death. Doctors concluded that he is fit to stand trial. No word yet on when Hoffman is scheduled to appear back in court. More news after the break.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The National Weather Service said the Marianas can expect wind and a higher chance of showers this week. NWS released its weekly regional weather outlook and said the windy season is here and in force across the western North Pacific. With trade winds surging across much of the region from the Dateline to the Marianas, a breezy trade wind pattern will continue across Guam and the CNMI throughout the week. A weak trade wind disturbance will bring a better chance of showers to the Marianas for the last half of this week and into the weekend, with a return of drier weather early next week, likely into Christmas Day. And that was your look at news. I'm Ryan, and
I'll give you more weather.
I'm almost flying.
I'm trying to sort out. There's a story that they do this every year between Christmas and New Year's. Got it in a little bit early. There is a new word of the year. Oxford does this. They pick out a word of the year, and in this year, it's actually two words. The two words are brain fog. You thought I was going to say brain fart, right?
Yeah, I did.
You were waiting for the ART.
I was hoping.
Right there. No. This is Oxford. These are classy people. They're classy people.
Don't they have vitamins for that?
Yeah. You pop a pill and that should go away. But anyway, not Prilosec. Prilosec actually makes it work. Worse, I found out. Anyway, it's at 10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Oxford's words of the year are brain fog.
Drain.
Yeah, there you
go. Drain also works there as well. But it got me that you don't need to blurt out an answer right now. This might require a little bit of solitude and reflection before we determine what is the word of the year for Guam. You think about everything that we've been through here, 37th Guam Legislature, eminent domain, all of the conversations about a hospital complex and all of that. Yeah. So what's the word of the year? And so ponder that. If you come up with something, put it up on the socials here, on the Facebook or on the YouTube side, dying to think, find out what, and maybe it was just your word of the year. I think with Real Joe's, it's not really a word of the year as much as it's the eye roll of the year.
I got one. Everything
that's popped out, just roll your eyes on.
And it started for me back in February, and it went all the way up to November. Biba.
Yeah. Oh, this is another little known factoid about the guy that's standing over Norman Annalisa's name. It's not his name. It's Ryan St. Nicholas is subbing for Norman today, who is subbing for Donna while she's off gallivanting out in the Philippines or someplace like that. But anyway, so a big occupation for Ryan in 2024 was helping get Sabrina Salas Matanani elected into the 38th Guam legislature, to which you were successful. And so does that mean you got a job? You got a job in her office?
Well,
you don't have to. You can say if you want to.
Yes.
We're going to assume it's yes anyway.
Yes,
yeah. Okay.
But again, the whole Sabrina's not the first person that actually helped. I actually helped Jess Lahan, last election. This one. And prior to that,
but he doesn't need you. He's got Darryl back.
Yeah, Senator Talina Nelson and everything and all that. So it's almost like I'm kind of like gun for hire.
So get out there. This is what you need to do in order to get elected, and you have to learn how to pronounce the word Biba.
Yeah.
And if you don't already speak perfecto tomorrow, then there's at least a handful of handy political phrases that you should learn.
Phrases and how you say it. Because you remember, there are times where you have to yell.
It could come off wrong. Anyway, so Biba is Rai-Rai's word of the year for 2024. If you've got one just like that, you're welcome to call it in to 888-825-797-8255 if you just want to do the meme machine thing. Mostly cloudy today with highs near 87 degrees. I didn't have a chance to go outside yet this morning since the show has started. Real Joe, what's it like out there?
Slippery.
Better believe it. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast all day today. Scattered showers in the evening forecast, mostly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 96 degrees. I have no idea where that's going to be coming from, considering they're also saying there's a 50% chance of rain on you. A lot of that has already fallen there this morning. Hey, Real Joe, it's tomorrow.
It's Friday.
Weather for Friday. Partly sunny with highs around 87 degrees, mostly cloudy and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. There's partly sunny in the forecast for Saturday. Rip currents and surf advisories are in effect right now, so careful when you're on the water. My recommendation is beach, and there's beer and bikinis over here. Any other words that begin with B is good too. Pizza is good, like pizza with a B in there. Anyway, so check that out when you're on or near the water. Don't go in too far. Don't go in too deep because you could get in trouble. Sunrise this morning was at 6:38, and we'll watch the sunset perhaps together. At 5:58 tonight. There it is, news and weather together on your Biba station. This is The Point.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any one for Burger King or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
This season, GTA Pop-Up Prepaid is bringing you the gift of faster connection with prepaid 5G and a chance to win big. Starting December 2nd, 2024, register online at gta.net and activate a 7, 15, or 30-day GTA Unlimited prepaid plan. And you're in for a chance to win amazing prizes every week until January 31st, 2025. That's 10 lucky winners drawn each week and over $4,000 in prizes waiting to be unwrapped. Conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Yay, 7:15, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And Kim and Ron over at Security Title. What do? It's in the name, baby. Security Title. Make sure that everything is clean. No bad karma lingering around here. No crazy family that's going to come back and say, excuse me, you shouldn't have bought it from him. He's not really related to us, and that's our property. They'll make sure that your situation is good to go. Throw everything up at escrow, and they'll even be with you when it's time to sign the papers at the bank. They're that good. In fact, nobody does it better than Kim and Ron at Security Title.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I got 7:16 on a Thursday morning, Thursday before Christmas. It's the last one before Christmas. You can count down the number of Thursdays that we've got left in 2024. And for real fun and real inspiration, count the number of Mondays that we've got. It's a Monday thing that we've got between now and the new year. Yesterday, spent some time with Esther from GCC talking about an opportunity forum that they're having, Building 300 at 9 o'clock this morning over at the Guam Community College. And it doesn't matter how old you are, where you are in your career, whether you're a new guy just trying to get a skill, the marketable skill, or maybe you've already got a skill and you want to learn yourself a new one. Maybe you're in the military and you're a veteran, and when you got out, they said, yeah, we don't have much of a call for bomb loaders here. Maybe you ought to go and learn something else. Well, take all of the benefits that you've earned from the military and figure out how that can get you started on a new career at GCC. Again, Building 300, 9 o'clock this morning. And then, speaking of New Year's resolution opportunities, if you are headed back to school, and maybe you're going to have to work a little bit to cover the tuition, there is a program over at the Guam Chamber of Commerce that they are now accepting applications for. Catherine Castro is on the line, Person of the Year, ladies and gentlemen, from the Guam Chamber of Commerce. Buenas and Hafa and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How are you?
Absolutely terrific. Had a great time with the family and the gang last night over at the Yesterday Once More show that Dr. Tom Shea put together for the GMA.
Yeah, that was crowded the other day.
Yeah. But and for good reason. It was a great show. And the choreography, I mean, right down to how they spoke to each other on stage. There was not one ad-lib moment. It was just from start to finish, just one goosebump moment to another. Wow. Absolutely terrific. Anyway, so how's everything over at the chamber? You got all the Christmas cards up, and it looked like a Christmas tree in the lobby?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for noticing. You should stop in and say hello if you're in the area.
Or I'll just let you know when I'm over at Moses, and you can come by and show me the pictures.
Okay, will do.
Make it easy for me there. Make it easy for me. So you've got a business scholarship. I love this, named rightfully after Dave Santos, the Dave Santos Scholarship, and people can start applying for that?
Yeah, we're super excited. Kind of went into a hiatus during the pandemic. And so we've finally kind of, we've taken a look at it, fixed some of the kinks, and, rebooting it, and are looking forward to getting some applicants.
Is there? Oh, wait a second. We lost her there for a second. Sorry about that, Kat. If you can bring back the radio station, we'll see about what people need to do in order to line themselves up for this. If there's any bona fides that you need to get. Are there? Well, let me just ask her. She's back online. Are there any bona fides that people need to get in order to qualify for this scholarship?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
What color is the dress you're wearing today?
Oh my goodness!
No, I was going to ask, what do people need to bring with them as they apply, and where do they apply for the Dave Santos Scholarship?
Okay. Yes, so there's applications online at the Chamber's website, and all the applications go to the Guam Chamber of Commerce. You've got to be like a certain grade point average. You've got to be a junior or senior enrolled in the School of Business at the University of Guam.
Okay.
And so very basic pre-qualifications, and then you just fill out the application, and then we'll call you for an interview.
Only one scholarship available this year?
Only one this year, and then we'll look at the next academic year in the fall.
Gotcha. All right. Like I said, sign up over at the chamber. You can call 472-6311 if you're interested or know somebody that's in the business program at the university. As you know, looks like some of the tuition and fees have gone up for students at the university. So this is going to be a welcome surprise to anybody that is able to look into getting it. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Before I roll into the businessy and the finance portion of the program, tell me about some of the initiatives off the top of your head, some of the things that the Chamber of Commerce is going to be doing in 2024, some of the things that you'll be reaching out to the community to share.
Oh, my goodness. We're super excited. 2025 is, seems like a reboot year for a whole bunch of things with a brand new legislature. We've got, we actually put together a legislative agenda that we want to work with the Guam legislature on. So we're sending out messages to them and hopefully meeting with them in the new year very, very soon. We are partnering, obviously, with our tourism folks, right? Because we want to support the tourism reboot, and we're working with the GCA. on housing. I mean, there's just so many things that that Guam needs to do. Obviously, beautification. And these are the things. This is not new. These are things that we've been talking about. We've been working behind the scenes.
Way more of an emphasis on a reboot in the hospitality industry, and it's easy to be critical from what I consider to be some of the cheap seats that I get to occupy. But I've been spending a lot of time this week. Walked 25 miles over the course of several days in Tumon. In fact, yesterday what I did was I brought my video camera. And because two things. Number one, I wanted to count how many trash cans there are in Tumon. GVB has done an outstanding job. Wherever there's a GVB bus shelter, there's at least one trash can. Normally there are two. I don't know why there's two, because they could leave just one there and put the other one someplace else where it's a little bit more needed. There are these long swaths, a half mile, 3/4 of a mile without a trash can, and tourists don't like to hold things that long. People don't like to hold things that long, and that's why there's a ton of trash out in the boondocks. But one of the other things that I was looking at, and there I will show you when I do the video, there are various examples. And as much as I love companies like Mr. Rubbish Man and all the trash companies, we've got these blue look at me bins for trash all over the place, visible where the tourists are walking right by them. You got this beautiful I Love Guam bus stop over by not Pika, Pokey, what's the name of the place by Epau Beach? Come on, Proa.
Yeah, you
right
got
next,
it.
Right next. So you got beautiful
What do you
Proa,
need me for?
and then you've got this beautiful I Love Guam bus shelter, and right next to that are these two big Mr. Rubbish Man containers right there on the street. Is there not a better place to put those things as opposed to right there on the street in the middle of all of the pretty stuff? And as you drive up and down Tumon, keep an eye out for things like that. You will note that they're all kind of just here. Look at our trash. Welcome to Tumon, the resort destination of Guam. Hey, did you see our Mr. Rubbish Man trash cans? So if you're the guy that runs the Proa down there, operations manager or something like that, move those around the back of the building, or maybe come up with some kind of
them.
That was the other thing. Well, skin them. What do you think, Catherine?
Skin them. Yeah.
I definitely agree. I was in Taiwan not too long ago, and I was so impressed with how clean everything was. It was a city, Taipei City, and it was just so beautiful and clean. People were friendly, and I thought, wow, we could take some notes here and utilize some of those things that they do at their place and do it here on Guam.
Yeah.
It's super simple, super easy. Like what you're saying, why does that have to be in plain view?
I'm sure it's easy for the truck drivers. I'm sure it's easy for the guys that have got to, pick them up and empty them. But it seems to me most of those have got wheels on them, and we can move them when it's trash day, like I do with my trash at the house. And when it's not trash day, move that thing over to the side where nobody can see it. Just little things like that I think could make a difference and spruce things up. And a buddy of mine had sent me a picture of the Singapore airport. You know what they've got at the Singapore airport?
What do they have?
Carpet. They have carpet, and when you fly in, as you're making your way through their customs and quarantine and their immigrations area, most of those places, unlike ours, have got carpeting of one kind or another. Just saying. I just said it's the little things. Hey, Kat, I gotta run. We've had too much fun here. I don't know if I'm going to see you between now and Christmas, so let me send you an early Merry Christmas to you and the family.
Merry Christmas to you and the Point family.
All right. Roger that. 888-8255. Call her if you're interested in the real reason for the phone call, which is a business scholarship over at the place. The number is 472-6311. And if that number's busy, because they're busy, folks, they're 472-8001. If you can't get a hold of them, get a hold of me, and I'll see if I can make contact for you. 7:26 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point about ready to go. Are you ready? Is it time?
Ready to go.
I like that idea. We'll take the Mr. Rubbish Man things and we'll skin them. We'll put pictures of
Why not?
pretty island girls.
You skin cars.
Yes.
For any reason.
We'll make a contest out of it.
Right? No, just go start painting them now. I don't know. Does it have to have the... Can we paint those, Phil?
You can paint them.
I'm just saying.
Hey, you have artists all over the island, even guys with the graffiti guys. Give them a couple of bucks.
have them do it.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can have that done today.
Yeah, so I'll see if I can. I shot a lot of footage as I was walking around Tumon, looking for exactly that kind of thing. I want to get a census of how many trash cans and trash barrels that we've got down there, and maybe the idea being that we put some more down there, or spread them out a little bit more, so there'll be less of this nuisance litter that is littering the Tumon area.
Yeah.
Little things like that'll make a difference, but you can't if you don't know what we're starting with, or be like Hyatt. Be like Hyatt. They've got a bus shelter in front of Hyatt, and I'm told that the trash receptacle there, Sophie put it there.
Really?
Yeah, that's Hyatt puts that there, and Hyatt, empties it, changes the liner and all of that stuff on their own. Need to have more of that kind of citizenship down there. 727, Jerry Roberts, and the Thursday morning Extra Point brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Thank you. Have you ever said to yourself, I don't want to go to work today, and then you didn't? If so, maybe you followed up that statement with another one along the lines of, it doesn't matter if I show up, I won't be missed. Or it's only one day, no big deal. Or you went to work or just cruised through the day and didn't get anything worthwhile done. Hey, it's just a day. I can always catch up tomorrow. Well, I got a story of a guy who just last week, might have had similar thoughts. And his decision didn't work out so well for anybody, particularly him. We'll talk about the issue of showing up and being ready to work next on the Extra Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Unless you're a football fan, the name Devondre Campbell won't mean anything to you. Let me tell you a little bit about his resume. He's been in the National Football League for 7 years. He played in the Super Bowl, the Atlanta Falcons, the one where the New England Patriots overcame a 28-3 deficit and won the game in overtime. A linebacker, Campbell joined the Green Bay Packers and was named to the NFL All-Pro team following the 2021 season. He signed a 5-year, $50 million contract while in Green Bay. The quality of his play then fell off, and he posted on social media that the reason was that the Packers had misused him. Well, the team released him after the 2023 season. Didn't work out there. Campbell joined the San Francisco 49ers this season as the Niners needed a replacement for Dre Greenlaw, their star linebacker who had been injured during last year's Super Bowl. Campbell started 13 games for the team. While his play wasn't at an all-pro level any longer, he was an adequate fill-in until last week. Greenlaw's rehab was completed, and he would replace Campbell in the lineup against the Los Angeles Rams in a must-win high-stakes game. A loss would just about knock San Francisco out of any playoff contention. Greenlaw played the whole first half of the game, while Campbell was on the bench. In the second half, Greenlaw was injured, and Campbell was told to play in his place. The 7-year veteran, the former All-Pro linebacker, told his coaches, I don't want to play. I don't want to play. His team still had a chance to win, but needed to stop the Rams from running the ball successfully. Campbell could have done that. I don't want to play. He refused to enter the game. Well, the Niners lost. Former players and media analysts have come down hard on Campbell for quitting on his team when they needed him the most. The team has now suspended him for the final 3 games of the season without pay, and it's doubtful that Devondre Campbell will ever suit up again for another NFL team. Even if he apologizes, it won't matter because the Niners players have already said They don't want him back. Campbell has had no public comments, and all one can think is that his ego was bruised with being sent to the bench in favor of Greenlaw. Devondre Campbell, former All-Pro linebacker, is now the poster boy for quitters. I'm a Rams fan. I was happy for the win. That being said, I'm a sports fan and someone who played football and basketball, and rather baseball. I saw teammates who played hurt because they didn't want to let the other ones down. Do you think your teammates need you to show up today? Do you think if you decide to stay home that somebody else will have to pick up the slack and have a tougher day than they were planning on? Will anything or anyone be negatively impacted by your decision to bail out? Let me be clear. If you're sick or if you're hurt, you need to take care of yourself and get better. You do that for yourself, and you do that for your team. You don't like your supervisor? That doesn't change your commitment to your team and teammates. If you don't do your job, it may inconvenience your boss if that's what you want. However, what will it mean for your coworkers? I've worked for several managers I didn't care for. I wasn't hired to like my boss. I was hired to deliver a service for an agreed-upon rate of compensation. My boss had nothing to do with it. This is why it's important to develop strong interpersonal connections in your teams. When workers feel responsible to each other, absenteeism is less of a problem. Every day at work is important. Every day is one more opportunity to prove to your team members that you are a valuable member of that unit. Somebody is counting on you. Answer the bell because your team needs you to do it and because that's the kind of person you are. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank.
Wow.
I'm Jerry Roberts.
That almost gets you right there in the fields. Kind of reminds me in Top Gun. You remember when Maverick wouldn't engage, when Iceman, Doc Holliday, was being buzzed around by all of the Russians or whatever it was, and it's like, come on, talk to me, Goose, talk to me. Had that talk to me, Goose moment.
Yeah.
But finally turned around and got back in the fight, and America won after Pearl Harbor. It was great.
Well, let me give you another one. There's a player named Charvarius Ward. He plays on the Niners. He's a defensive back. 2 months ago, he lost his infant daughter.
Oh, good Lord.
Okay. He played through it. He said, some days I wanted to quit.
Yep.
Some days I don't want to come to practice. He said, I'm sure his teammates have helped him through this time. But you calculate that loss. You're benched because a better player comes off the injury list. Okay, and versus losing your daughter. And Charvarius Ward was very clear. He said it was a sucker move on Campbell's part. He didn't want it back either.
Wow. And that's the way it works. There's a lesson there. Rams beat the 49ers 12-6 in that particular game. And we'll go over some of the other football scores and let you know what's going to be happening in this week's football matchups. In the meantime, so to get him off your fantasy football, whatever, if you've got him in your fantasy league, get rid of him. He's not going to be contributing anymore in any way, shape, or form. 7:35 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Before we got into the Extra Point this morning, we were talking about what happened in the markets today, and you want to talk about strange closes. You'd think it would have been better for the markets given the Feds that they said that they were going to be targeting between 4.25 and 4.5% on the borrowing rate, but it was the other part of the statement that has dragged the American markets down.
I haven't read the whole thing. Maybe
they said that they're only going to be doing another couple of drops in 2025.
And people were thinking maybe 3 or more.
Sure.
And the market is that sensitive at this point. So this wasn't a normal pullback, which you might expect because we've been having all-time highs and all that for a long time.
Yeah.
But this is not that. This was a direct reaction to the Fed's decision to slow the rate cuts. So it dropped 1,000 on the Dow.
Yeah.
It dropped 800 on the NASDAQ. Then it moved up 200. Then it dropped 3, and that's the last thing I saw. So right now, what is a good time? I'm not. I don't. This is not investment advice.
Right.
I'm not an investment banker. But because it was not a natural thing programmed in, okay, I would take a look at the indexes for a couple of days and see if they don't bounce right back up.
Fingers crossed that they do, but I'm worried that that particular move, because it's the Fed and they don't basically have a whole lot of adult supervision. It's not like Trump can call up and make them do something. They're up above and beyond any of that kind of shenanigans with the White House. But everybody, I think, was looking forward to an opportunity for lower interest rates, cheaper money, so that we can set fire to the economy in 2025 and throw a lot more hands and a lot more money in a lot more pockets.
Yeah, that may slow on that regard. But what I would say is maybe go to Yahoo Finance or other websites if you're into finances, and take a look and see what has happened in the past during Fed decisions that haven't gone the way that the general population in the market wanted it to go, and then see what the reaction of the market was in the several days following that. It might give you some clues as to what's going to happen.
Well, but the general consensus is always this looks like a major dip. I don't know if it's going to be much worse. The Dow has seen its worst days since 1974, off by 1,100 points today. As you said, the NASDAQ down by 716, S&P 500 off by almost 200 points here. So lousy. So you buy them on the dips,
Points are bad, but you look at the percentages. It's about 3%, 4% maybe in the NASDAQ at this point. So, I mean, that's considerable, but it's not one of these monumental things where over a couple of days it drops 15%.
Yeah,
those happen every 10 years or something like that, or every 3 years. This is not that. So, like I say, it might be a time if you're so inclined. And you do throw your money around a little bit, it might be interesting to go back and look to see historically what has taken place following an event like this.
Might be a good assignment for whatever your AI program is. If you're playing around with Gemini or ChatGPT or Grok, might be a good day to put it through its paces. However, a reminder: none of that stuff can be counted on for real every time. So if you get some numbers that don't make any sense to you, it's all right to ask ChatGPT and Grok. Please check those numbers again.
And if you have a financial advisor, that would be a good thing to do. Talk to somebody who knows the markets a little bit.
I wonder if people are going to be doing that and comparing and contrasting the information they get from a human versus what they get from the AI.
I bet you.
7:39 in the morning. That's Jerry Robertson this morning's Extra Point here on the Ray Gibson Show. We got time for news and headlines with Rai Rice and Nicholas. He's going to be taking care of news brought to you by the guys over at Burger King with the Fried Pickle Ranch Whopper created by Fabian. These are customer-created, fan-created Whoppers. There's a Mexican street corn and a maple bourbon barbecue. These things are only going to be around for a limited time, so get yours into your mouth here pretty soon from the drive-thru at BK. News this hour also being brought to you by Pica's Best Realty for 2024, led by Antiloli, Libby, Saran, and Joe D. Half a Day Realty, and a team of pros waiting to put you in a new house or maybe take care of the one that you got, sell the one that you got. 588-4232 is the telephone number. Now with news and headlines, here's Ryan St. Nicholas. Ryan, what's going on?
The Guam Fire Department rescue and distress team fished out, rescued two distressed fishermen behind Jeff Pirates Coves and Ipan Talafofo on Monday night, according to GFD spokesperson Lieutenant Nick Garrido. GFD personnel assisted both fishermen back to shore, and they refused all medical services, according to Garrido. Jeff Pleadwell said that the fishermen were rescued from Tuxtec Channel around 7:30 p.m. on Monday. He said he wanted the public to be aware of all the dangers that are down there in that area. In other news, a late-night patrol in Tamuning on Sunday resulted in the arrest of a young woman accused of driving while impaired. Officers from the Guam Police Department observed a Honda Accord traveling on the wrong side of the road around 10:05 p.m. and initiated a traffic stop after the vehicle nearly collided with a raised median. According to the magistrates, the complaint filed in Superior Court. Upon approaching the vehicle, officers detected a strong odor of alcohol coming from the driver, 19-year-old Chanel Francina Story, who exhibited red bloodshot eyes. When questioned if she had been drinking, she stated, and I quote, "I smoked a lot of weed, ma'am." Story was charged with driving while impaired as a misdemeanor, resisting arrest as a misdemeanor, and underage consumption of alcohol as a petty misdemeanor. More news after the break.
Oh, no, we don't break in this one.
Oh,
We'll
no
break
break?
in the one at the top. Is that all? You got it more?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, for this hour.
No problem.
Okay.
No, it's Brian Siniglis with news and headlines. Always interesting magistrate reports and a bundle of them from out here today. They just laid up a guy for ripping off Home Depot to the tune of 12 years. Did you see that in the news the other day?
Nice.
The guy got 12 years for basically shoplifting over at Home Depot, and he'd done it a bunch of times. Just an absolute recidivist around here. And there's another story of a guy, actually a couple of guys that were stealing stuff over at Home Depot as well. I said 12 years, that's not enough. They've made shopping over at Home Depot absolute hell for people. If you need to buy something that weighs any more than a couple of pounds or comes in a case or something like that, they have them behind these gates now at Home Depot. So to prevent exactly that kind of thing, January 31st, the Guam Airport Police were called to Home Depot in Harmon in response to a reported retail theft. And the rest of the story goes on to talk about the guy that filled 2 carts full of merchandise and then walked the 2 carts out like he paid for it, which he did not.
Merry Christmas.
They'll never notice.
Anyway, so we got these guys, and they're actually getting held now on a couple of interesting charges because they're using it as a part of an organized retail theft crime. So they go in and they steal the stuff, and rather than take it to someplace and fence it, I think they were going online and Facebook and the Instagrams.
You hit them with the Rico.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. That might have been the case. They didn't have to go hard to find the guy. Fernando Babato was already in jail, so he was rearrested in jail, and now they're going to process it for some more of these theft crimes.
So
Absolutely.
what happens to Double Jeopardy?
No, there's no double jeopardy. There's a new crime. It's a new crime. He was already in jail.
Okay, so it's double time since he's there already.
Yeah. So we're just we'll pile something else on. And as I say, this should be life without parole because it's made shopping at Home Depot that much more difficult. Normally, the only guy that you should have to wait for at Home Depot is the key guy. Right, the guy that will burn a spare key to the house. That's the only person that you need to wait for because he's always busy. And then they get there and he's like the yellow card guy over at the post office. Okay, I'm here, and then everybody gloms on him like a magnet. And then he goes off and does other things. But now, like I said, if you want to buy something of any kind of substance, at least the last time I bought something of any kind of substance in there, Milwaukee hammer drill, baby.
Ryobi.
Yeah. Number one, I had to go get the guy. To open up the cage so I could select my item, and then the guy carried it over to the cash register.
Because you look sus.
I did, right?
You look sus.
It was one of those days. And he carried the thing over to the cash register so I could make the purchase, and I'm like, well, I still wanted to buy some more stuff.
So what's the actual limit before you can actually be prosecuted? Like over $5 for an item?
Are you contemplating a new career?
No. I'm asking because
he's trying to find the boundaries.
I have a friend that from the wrong side of the track.
A friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he and another friend back in the days in the 80s, they were in townhouse, right? And they were pretty much stealing and everything. Mm-hmm. They were shoplifting. And so when they got caught and everything, they brought them to the office and everything, and they realized like, okay, the guy that caught them said, if you had just stole over just under $5 and everything, because you surpassed $5.
Now it's a larceny. Now it's a crime.
So my friend was like, I can give you the 10 cents.
Hold on a second. One time. Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't. Now you can hang out with your friends over at the legislature. You don't have to hang out with those thugs anymore.
I can still give the 10 cents.
You hang out with guys who don't know how to really steal.
Yeah. Well, what is it in the States now? Is it anything less than $99? They won't bother calling the police on you. And now we've got rampant shoplifting.
California has changed.
It's 900.
Oh, 900.
No, we can't talk about California because it's illegal to do drugs.
California was $950. You had to steal $950.
950.
950.
Okay.
And now supposedly it's less than that, but I don't know how much less. But they've walked it back a little bit.
There's a guy in California that changed the price on everything in the store to $951 so that he would be justified calling the police.
It had nothing to do with inflation or anything like that.
But then when you came to the cash register, it adjusted back to
we'll
the
give you a
normal
discount.
price.
Yeah, I'll give you a discount. 746. One of the other things, Gavin Newsom has apparently said they are banning all gasoline-powered cars to be sold in the state of California by 2035.
Good idea. Great idea,
Real
Gavin.
good idea.
Yeah, no problem.
And that's why everybody
Tell
moving
that to the
Oregon
lowriders.
and Texas. 746. Leave the legislature out of it. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Jerry Roberts, you go ahead and have a fantastic time.
Before I do that,
Uh-huh.
let me see. You were talking about Burger King earlier.
I did.
I had one of those maple Whoppers yesterday.
Maple
courtesy of
barbecue?
Rudy. Maple barbecue Whoppers. They got this crunchy stuff. So I messaged Rudy, okay, at BK.
You want another one?
And Rudy Rodolfo, and I said, hey, listen, what's in that stuff? Well, what's that crunchy stuff? I didn't know. I didn't expect it. It was these caramelized onions, jalapeno onion things.
Oh, I could do with some of that.
Oh, and some cheese, man.
Yeah.
That was good stuff.
Yeah, and this is a vegan, so you had that with the Impossible
I
Whopper.
had the Impossible Whopper.
Okay.
So those sandwiches, those new sandwiches they put on, I don't know how long they're going to have them.
While supplies last.
Those ought to be
for
like
sure.
Permanente. Those are good stuff.
Absolutely. The man knows he's got a lot of taste in his own mouth. 747 on the Ray Gibson Show. Quick look at what's going on in virtually everything, including traffic after these.
Start your day with KFC's $5 breakfast deals. Choose the AM loaded platter, AM chicken rice bowl, or AM sausage, biscuit, and gravy. And now, enjoy a cup of premium Lavazza coffee from Italy with every meal. Head to your favorite KFC for our $5 breakfast deals and enjoy a taste of Italy with every sip. Breakfast is served from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. daily. KFC. Finger-licking good mornings just got better.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Pickennell Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Studio time 7:48. Beyond the Box time is 7:48 in the morning. And if you haven't graduated yet from a Samsung into an iPhone, now is a great time to do it with the guys over at Beyond the Box. Real Joe's rolling his eyes. Fine. Maybe you are a Samsung individual, usually just strippers and druggies. But if you are a Samsung person and you want to get some great accessories for it, you swing by Beyond the Box because they got everything that you need. They got chargers and cases and all the accessories, little plug-in thing because they don't make regular headphone jacks on phones anymore. Everything goes through that little C thing on the phone, and that means that you've got to invest in a new set of earpods or whatever. So go get your new earpods with the C thing that Beyond the Box, or better yet, use your Bluetooth. Use the Bluetoothy thing because that's going to be the next big deal. There's rumors floating around in the computer world that the not this next round, but a couple of rounds ahead of iPhones will not have speakers in them. Only earphones. They're only going to be running through earbuds and Bluetooth devices. I have not yet confirmed that, but I'm crazy. I'm wild about the idea because there's all these people that like to do little FaceTime deals. And I don't care to hear that conversation all the time. So it's nice that I will hear you talk, and that's all I need to hear. 10 away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show continues with traffic. All right. Is there some on the road right now? Let me see where I might be able to find a lineup of traffic. I guarantee you, pow. Whoa, easy, Gibson. Don't guarantee anything unless you're there. Right now, traffic map up on the screen is not showing a whole lot of traffic over at Ipalpao. There's cars, but they seem to be moving at the right speed. Make it all the way through Dedido without too much of any slowdowns. A little bit after intersection 1 and 3, that's looking pretty good. No crazy traffic on 3 itself. Micronesia Mall intersection is smooth. Just intersection traffic between there and 8, 10, and 16. Looks like 8, 10, and 16 might be among the busier spots here on that side. Traffic coming in on the Wendy's side. A little bit of traffic northbound towards Super Happy Mart on Route 8. And then there's a little bit more traffic on Route 8 at the last good turn into Teason from there. Can't say the same about Route 4. Route 4 busy from Ta'i into the Cost You Less intersection. And even seeing traffic that is moving towards Jutnya that is running slow at that intersection. So careful. The Ordot and Sinanya running a little bit busy, and something's going on down south. It might have to do with wet road conditions, but from about Polaris Point all the way to the main gate at Big Navy. You are going to see traffic in both directions moving rather slow. It's got the earmarks of an accident or just slower than normal traffic over at Polaris Point. Slow traffic meeting each other north and south. What are you nodding your head about? We got somebody calling in about an accident down there?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. Do I have Chris Duenas on the phone?
You do.
Oh.
With the senator.
Well, let me just get him now because it's already 7:51.
Yeah, it's getting far, man.
Yeah. Let me grab the call
Morning,
now.
Senator.
He reached out to me yesterday and let me know about some weird goings on over at the legislature. Buenos and Alpha Day, Senator Chris Duenas.
Good morning, Ray Gibson and my buddy Rai doing good news.
Ryan, did I congratulate you on the Malik bill?
Oh, on the passage, I believe you might have. Yeah,
I congratulated you
when. Have some better news, but I'm going to wait for that.
I was going to say I congratulated you when it got to third reading, because then that meant that they were going to vote on it, and one of a handful of measures that actually left the legislature intact to the governor's office. And my understanding is your intel says the gov's going to sign it.
I'm going to let him break that. But things are looking good.
Okay. All right, I got you. You said you might have a thing of other good news here this morning, another bouquet of good news?
Actually, bad news, but hopefully we'll be able to change the bad news to good news. I don't know if you can get it up right now, Ray, but I sent you the memes of how Dr. Berg was removed from the voting file. If not, you can play them later. But basically, you'll see the two actions of the body, which removed a very, very important person to the Guam Board of Medical Examiners and to the people of Guam. Dr. Berg was removed from the voting file. Now, Senator Perez, I believe, prior to the first meme that I sent you, said there was some difficulty with this paperwork. And then, of course, we researched that. We came back. We tried to put him down again, back to the voting file. And it was objected to by the same senator who moved to remove him. So that's all on the clip, and you'll see the votes as well. We tried again, I believe, on voting day, and we were unsuccessful as well. And this is why I also sent you, and maybe you can read it later in the show, because it's very important. That letter from the board yesterday, they had to cancel their meeting because they didn't have quorum, because Dr. Berg can no longer continue, and he's not the chair anymore because he's not confirmed.
Right.
And there were two licenses, from what I understand, and Dr. Wen can confirm this. We talked about it yesterday. There were two licenses, temporary licenses for physicians to help our people of Guam in their desperate need with a shortage of physicians that were up for consideration, but could not happen. The meeting had to be canceled. And if you look at the letter that the Board of Medical Examiners wrote, and this is where my kind of discussion.
I don't think I've got the letter. I do have one of the documents that you gave me or forwarded. A message said GBME did not meet today due to a lack of quorum. Next meeting is not until the middle of January, and before the GBME now is 3 applications for full medical licensure, 3 collaborative agreements, that is for PAs, 2 complaints going back to 2020 pending legal guidance from the Attorney General's office. So there is work of the GBME that needs to get done, but they are in limbo because there's no, they, number one, can't have a quorum, and if they do meet, who's going to be the chairman?
That's exactly right. So I'll send you the letter to where they basically outline the catastrophic situation that they've been put in. And the reason why they're very upset as well is, look, okay, if you don't want Dr. Berg, maybe you don't like Dr. Berg, well, you better have a succession plan, because Dr. Berg is the chairman, and Dr. Berg really, I believe, is the only one right now that can move and certify those temporary physicians with the concurrence of the board. So this is a huge problem for Guam, and it's a disservice. And there was, as you can see, when you watch the motions on the floor, there was no explanation except for, there's a little bit of a paperwork problem. And like I said, that was on December 6th. That's basically the day after we started session. We voted, I'm trying to find the last clip. We voted on, of course, December 13th. There was another motion, and I'll send that to you when I find it, that tried to put him on one more time, and there was another objection. Imagine all that time you had to fix whatever glitch in the paperwork.
To what do we attribute this? Who was it that eliminated that from consideration during the session?
Well, you'll see it on the clip, but I'm not going to be shy about it. It's Senator Chris Barnett, and I don't understand why. And then you'll see how the votes landed. And there was no explanation. Like I said, it was the only explanation earlier was Senator Perez. And then if you watch Senator Perez afterwards, when we tried to put the motion back down, she actually votes for him to go down, but there's not enough votes. So something's going on, Ray, and it's not good.
No, but given the state of the, as you say, urgent state of affairs with the healthcare system on Guam, one of the last things that we need to do is hamstring the GBME to the degree that they've got applications of people that can come and start doing some work on Guam. I mean, you got these three guys, and all of a sudden they can't get confirmed. They say, "Well, I'll tell you what, I'll take my resume and my practice someplace where they're a little bit more serious about what's going on with healthcare."
Absolutely, Ray. And another thing, I mean, like I said, we not only know the fragile state that we're in, and we need those temporary licensure, to happen on a case-by-case basis. But really, I mean, I just think that an action like this with absolutely no plan is just, it's as far as I'm concerned, to the health of our island, it's a dereliction of duty, and I think those individuals who voted that way should have to explain themselves.
In the very least, is there a workaround that we can do? Is there something in the statutes guiding and governing the GBME that where we might be able to find some kind of emergent workaround?
Maybe Dr. Wen or somebody else can answer that one, but the bottom line is I say this: either we call an emergency session and go back and consider it, or we're going in on December 30th to clean up some business that possibly might happen down at the front office. And, depending on how bills will be considered, I think, whatever it is, we're going back for business and to send a die, right? But I say the first thing we do when we go back in on the 30th is go to the voting file and confirm Dr. Berg. And if you don't like him and you don't want him there, well, then get another nomination and have a succession plan, like the letter that I'm going to send you said.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, if you're going to pull this,
is the governor aware of this? I don't know to what degree she might be able to do something, but Organic Act says she's in charge of the health and welfare of the community of Guam, the people of Guam, to the degree that she's also been standing on a rock saying, no, this is all this will be my doing. This hospital, this is a great opportunity to establish that authority for once and for all, and drive the case to some kind of a conclusion that puts doctors in the hospitals and the clinics.
The governor could call us into session within 2 hours anytime. So if she sees that this is, a big enough issue, she can call us into session for only one purpose, and that's to reconsider the confirmation of Dr. Nathaniel Berg.
But to the degree that the legislature has already had a vote on it and said no.
No, because the one thing about it, Ray, is he's basically stuck in limbo because he still can be reconsidered. He's in the voting file, meaning he's met all the requirements, has a committee report, everything else. He could be reconsidered. We could just go back and reconsider that action again while in session and move him down to the voting file and vote for him.
Yeah. Or they can, depending on who's going to be speaker at that time, they can also say no. It wouldn't be the first time they've taken no action based on the call of the governor.
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of the people that I've been talking to, but senators-elect and the like are concerned about this. And I can tell you, if it doesn't get fixed now, I believe it will get fixed later. At least for a temporary fix.
On Inauguration Day, sure. 8 o'clock in the morning. Chris, appreciate the time. I appreciate the lead on this story. Very, very interesting. The degree to which somebody made a decision over at the legislature, and it is hamstringing the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. I got a breakaway. Fox News Live is coming up. I'll talk to you again soon.
Okay, letter forthcoming.
Roger that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I believe Dr. Wen wants to call in, so he may chime in on the conversation in the next hour of the program. Stand by now. Time for Fox News on 93.3 KUSG. I got you. This is The Point.
A scramble on Capitol Hill. Elisa Brady, Fox News. The fate of a short-term spending bill aimed at avoiding a government shutdown this week is in doubt, just a day after lawmakers received the more than 1,500-page package that some Republicans say is too big and too late. Missouri Congressman Eric Burleson tells Fox News.
It's a monstrosity. This is what we see year after year. This is why I ran for Congress to try to stop this practice, and it's frustrating.
Elon Musk, who's leading a Trump effort to cut government waste, says lawmakers who vote for the current bill should lose their office in 2 years.
A member of the House Republican leadership told Fox that Musk is not helping. The lawmaker added that Musk has bigger fish to fry than picking a fight with House Republicans. One source said the bill is now bleeding support from the GOP. When asked how many Democrats the GOP needs to pass the bill, a senior your aid replied, quote, a lot.
Fox's Chad Pergram on the Hill. Republicans have just a slim House majority. The current proposal would fund the government into March. House Speaker Mike Johnson has argued that would clear the way for the Trump agenda to begin with the new Congress. Well, the president-elect is now calling for a streamlined spending bill that doesn't give Democrats everything they want. And he says Congress should have a debate about raising the debt ceiling, too, while President Biden is still in office. Meantime, the House Speaker's job could be in jeopardy. At least 2 House Republicans telling Fox News Digital the handling of the CR or continuing resolution will lead to a fight over the Speaker's gavel on January 3rd. The Fed now projects just 2 interest rate cuts next year after a quarter-point reduction today. Chair Jay Powell wanting to see more progress on inflation.
I think that the slower pace of cuts for next year really reflects both the higher inflation readings we've had this year and the expectation that inflation will be higher.
On Wall Street, high anxiety. The Dow plunging more than 1,100 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom-and-pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon. Attention, all sales superstars. Choice Broadcasting is looking for a dynamic radio sales executive to join our winning team. Do you thrive on building relationships, have a knack for closing deals, and love the fast pace of radio sales? If so, we want you. You'll enjoy a competitive salary, excellent commissions, and the chance to work with the best in the broadcasting business. Apply now at the Choice Broadcasting office in Tumuning.
The U.S. Supreme Court agrees to hear an emergency appeal from TikTok, which is trying to block a forced sale or U.S. ban.
Justices will hear arguments on January 10th, days before a law forcing the social media app TikTok to divest from its Chinese parent company takes effect. Lower courts have upheld the law that passed with bipartisan support. The Supreme Court says it will fast-track an appeal. At question is whether the law requiring ByteDance to sell TikTok or face a U.S. ban violates the First Amendment.
Fox's Jared Halpern. The Justice Department considers TikTok a national security threat over the amount of data collected on American users by a Chinese-owned company. TikTok, though, sees it as a free speech issue. The U.S. Supreme Court also agrees to hear an abortion-related case over South Carolina's move to cut off Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. At issue is whether Medicaid patients can sue over the right to choose their own provider. Montana's highest court rules in a landmark environmental case.
In a 6-1 ruling, Montana's state Supreme Court has upheld a lower court ruling that found the state's process for issuing permits for fossil fuel development violated Montanans' constitutional rights to a clean environment. The state's Environmental Policy Act prevents considering the effects of greenhouse gases when issuing permits for gas, oil, and coal projects. Several young people had filed suit against the state over that policy in 2020. A spokesperson for the state's Attorney General's office called the ruling absurd and said the state would appeal. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
Recapping the late sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow dropping 1,123 points, back under 43K. The S&P down nearly 3%, back under 5,900. And the NASDAQ drops more than 3.5%, down 716 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Bring in the season with Coca-Cola and Burger King's Happiness Rules Giveaway. Your chance to win one of 3 Coca-Cola branded premium prize packs at participating Burger King locations. Each prize pack includes a Coca-Cola branded vending machine fridge, Cuisinart portable gas grill, kettle popcorn maker, and pickleball set. Purchase any one for Burger King or Royal Chicken combo meal and receive an official validation slip on the official Coke Guam website. See restaurant for details. Promotion ends on January 19, 2025. Drawing will be held on January 23rd, 2025. Happy holidays from your friends at Burger King. You rule.
If you're traveling soon to be with loved ones this Christmas season in the Philippines, register for e-travel. International travelers are also required to fill out the e-travel registration as mandated by the Philippine authorities. Allow extra time to go to the airport. Plan to arrive and check in at least 4 hours before your international flights. at least 3 hours before your domestic flight. Check your travel documents. Ensure that you have the required visas, permits, vaccination cards if appropriate, and other documents required for your destination. Passport should be valid at least 6 months from your date of travel. Please check your updated flight status and terminal assignments before heading to the airport by visiting www.philippineairlines.com, clicking the Flight Status tab in the PAL website. Enjoy your trip, and we'd love to hear from you and see you again soon. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Goodwin Travel. Stay tuned for 2025 deals.
Your 8 o'clock local news is brought to you by Family Finance.
Guam Visitors Bureau said visitors from Japan and Korea both want to experience more local culture. While Guam has a very accessible resort, the island lacks a must-visit appeal, according to GVB acting president and CEO Jerry Perez. Perez shared sentiments like these from Japanese and Korean visitors, Guam's two top markets during the Tourism Recovery Forum. GVB has proposed a 2-year, $60 million tourism recovery plan that prioritizes airline incentives, a new marketing campaign, and destination development that will require both public and private sectors working together. In other news, Senator Tom Fisher has informed Speaker Therese Terlahi that he will no longer caucus or identify with the Republican Party in the 37 Guam legislature. This comes as the 37 Guam legislature quickly nears the end of its term, and as Fisher, who was not reelected to the 38 Guam legislature, considers future opportunities in a nonpartisan public office. Specifically, Fisher said he is considering a run for the Attorney General. Fisher went on to say Guam's challenges are too big to be limited by party lines, stated in a press release. I want to focus on what really matters, delivering solutions to our families, our island community, and our future. I made this decision because I believe it's the best way to keep working for everyone on island without political distractions. More with news after the break.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that family vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,000 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña 475-4545 or Dedido 633-4473. Family Finance.
Update on a homicide investigation that unfolded back in August. Defendant Eugene Hoffman is now facing charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide in connection with the death of a 33-year-old woman police found dead in the Dedido home. A superseding indictment charges Hoffman additionally with multiple counts of first and third degree criminal sexual conduct, aggravated assault, and felonious restraint. Hoffman stands accused of allegedly torturing, abusing, and raping the victim, Katina Afjay, prior to her death. Doctors concluded he is fit to stand trial. No word as to when Hoffman is scheduled to appear back in court. And that is your look at news for this 8 o'clock hour. Sending it back to Ray.
All right, thank you very much. A quick look at what's going on with the weather. I've got the radar imagery up on the screens right now. You should be able to see it wherever you happen to be. And the cool thing about the radar is you'll be able to note on this that very, very soon there's going to be, you can see this big blob of snotty weather that's coming in from the southeast, and it is about to make landfall on the eastern side of the island, and it is going to bring rain, looks like directly to the southern half of Guam, maybe even up into the central parts. And there's enough chop here that we might even see some lighter rain up north. Literally just a few minutes away, and scattered showers and thunderstorms going to be the order for the moment, at least until that passes by. Mostly cloudy with highs near 87 degrees when it does stop raining. East-southeast winds. Might see some gusts today as high as 25 miles an hour. 23 tonight. Partly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow. Real Joe, what's tomorrow?
Friday.
You heard it here. Daytime highs tomorrow about 87 degrees. Same thing for Saturday. With the heat index, it'll feel like 96 today. About a 50% chance of rain right now. Rip currents and surf hazards are abounding. We've got sunset tonight going to be taking place about 5:58 or so. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
Get ready to take off with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. If approved, you can earn 30,000 bonus miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months after account opening. So what are you waiting for? Pack your bags and let's go with the First Hawaiian Bank credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. Offer is subject to credit approval and may change over time. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at nissanguam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
You better believe it. 8:11 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Take Care.
The Coconut Wireless is back. It's back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, Chris Dwayne has sent me a couple of pieces of video. Might get some of the snag some of the audio and play it for you. But basically, it's the procedural steps that we're taking over at the legislature. And he says this all Chris Barnett. And Chris, listening to the broadcast, says, as usual, Chris is misinformed out of loyalty or laziness. They have a quorum. The acting hospital health professional licensing office can sign off. Created crisis to force rubber stamp of the governor's nominee. Speaking for myself, I mean, aren't we supposed to scrutinize the appointments? He seems to think we just passed them through. Why bother voting then? Finally, he says, better check your boy. To which I responded, you know, you guys, you're all my boys. And Chris says high five after that. So it looks like we're setting the stage for a little bit of dust up over at the legislature in the last days of the 37th Guam legislature. I don't mind, gives me something to talk about on the radio. But there are others that are concerned about the nature of the removal of Dr. Berg for consideration over at the legislature and what it means for the board, the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. I've got not necessarily a statement, but their paperwork, their report on the reinstatement of Dr. Nathaniel Berg, what happens if he is not reinstated. And I'll save some of that for you for a little bit later on. But I do have Dr. Hao Wen on the line, who sang Dancing Queen louder than anybody else did at the GMA fundraiser last night. It was great to see you with everybody and having such a great time with the spectacular performance by Yesterday Once More. Good job, Dr. Shea.
It's a great show, so everyone enjoy it. So we will do it again next year, Ray.
Well, any excuse to bring that group back. I thought they were fantastic. Very, very well rehearsed and a tight program. There was not one dead moment from the beginning to the end. And I can't tell you the number of times I had goosebumps in the deal. It was one of those. It was like the movie was so good, I didn't want to go back to the bar to get beer. It was that good that I wanted to stay in the chair. At any rate, that was a highlight of the day yesterday. There were a couple of other lowlights. Can you tell me what it means for Dr. Berg not to be confirmed by the legislature?
It's very important for legislatures when they make decisions regarding healthcare to actually ask the opinion of the provider, especially the few providers that really know the layout of the healthcare in Guam. Dr. Berg, we don't agree with him in every decision he makes. And we disagree some, we agree some. But at the bottom line, he's very good at where he is with the Guam Medical Examiner Board. So it's to remove him, not to have a discussion with him regarding how to transition another board member to his position is so crucial. That's a huge mistake. At this point, I think that not everyone can sign off even a temporary license. You need to know how to do that and how to vet the position that's coming in to make sure that it's safe for Guam. The person, the doctor, have to be credentialed correctly. And I tell you, no one knows better than him. He's been doing this for 6 years already. It's at the local level and also at the federal level. He goes to a lot of meetings and meet a lot of federal medical board across the United States. And that's a very important position and very important representation for Guam. But if you check that out, and right now the board member, their own call, and they are concerned regarding no leadership at this point. They just need to put him back in, and he's willing to do that and transition to another chairperson somehow. So it's important for them to go back in. Right now, we really cannot entertain any incoming position, right? We're in shortage already. But if you're going to delay any incoming positions be licensed, even temporary, permanent, we're in trouble. And I don't know how long this going to last. Things in Guam can move fast and move slow. So we need to start do something to get new physicians coming to Guam.
Have you had an opportunity to talk with Governor Lulian Guerrero about this? Have other members of the Guam Board of Medical Examiners have had an opportunity to talk with Governor Lulian Guerrero? That was her appointment, and is she willing at this time to call the legislature into session to deal with it?
Yesterday I spent most of my day on the phone with some of the key board members and some of the senators, just to kind of hear them out to see what's going on and let them know how severe is this is not a good decision, and they really need to change. Most of my time in my patient and talk to some few people on the phone, but the governor should be brief on this one. And yes, she have, I think, the authority to make sure that you got to get Bert back in there, or you really cannot expect any board member to be as a chair. There's a lot to learn. Yeah, the board member get appointed by the governor and then confirmed by the legislature. But remember, those are just physicians. There's rule, regulation, and everything need to be learned, and you cannot just cut the head off. And even in private business, if I'm gonna let someone go, I better have Plan B. Especially if I'm my manager, I better have Plan B and C and D. Make sure everything cover, but just not cut off the head.
As Pop says, don't throw away your old shoes until you bought a new pair. Chris Barnett writing a little bit earlier this morning, Doctor, that the Health Professional Licensing Office should be able to sign off on these applications from outside doctors.
Yeah, you can sign off, but you need to know, hey, is this own credentialing for this physician all complete? Anything that left behind or anything we overlook? Because you can sign off someone and they come in and that person make a mistake, it's going to go back to the person that signed it. I'm in that chair for the chief of medical staff for GMH before, and your signatures, is so crucial that if you sign that, if a physician makes a mistake, it's going to come back to you, and you need years of training to do that. You just can't walk in there, don't know nothing about it, and start signing stuff. That's irresponsible.
Yeah. No, I totally understand, and can see the hesitation to have the hospital, the medical license board do other than what the Guam Board of Medical Examiners should be doing. Well, this is going to be an interesting fight, I think, to the degree that the governor probably needs to get involved, because I think otherwise the legislature didn't have any plans to get together until the end of the year.
Yeah, my advice is legislature, this 37, 38, if they want to take an action on the healthcare industry, really get advice from the healthcare, some personnel in the healthcare. Just make sure that what you're going to do will not affect people of Guam. And it's very important. You cannot make decisions on the system when you don't know what's going on.
Interesting stuff here. Dr. Wen, always a pleasure talking with you. Great pleasure to see you last night at the Gizmo. Hope we get a chance to get together again soon. You can have some pho, and I will enjoy my fried lumpia.
Likewise, Ray. Have a good day.
I will. Thank you so much. 888-8255-888-TALK. Wish I had something better to say, but I don't know about all of the internal workings of all of that. I'm not going to say it's in my blind spot. It's just that I forgot to go to doctor school. I had plans. I was going to do something, stop by the student center, and got carried away with the boys. We ended up going to the beach instead of going to doctor school. That's just the way it works. 20 after 8 o'clock in the morning. Do I have a Chris on the line?
No, you have a Daria from Nenpire.
Oh, very good. Nenpire?
Nanpire.
Gotcha. Okay, well, let's see if we get another Chris on the line before too much longer. Good morning, Daria. How you doing?
Good morning.
Nice.
Thanks for having me.
Not a problem. Nice to have you back on the air. Last time we talked to you, we're getting together with the team and throwing a big party up at Fort Apugan, right?
Fort Apugan, yes, the farmers market.
So what you working on now?
Now we're doing the Nenny Christmas Market, which is focused on the kids this Christmas season. A bunch of kids from our cohort just completed a 4-week program. Sorry, that's my son in the background. But they completed a 4-week program where they learned all the aspects of starting a business, from idea generating, brainstorming, to the basics of finances, all the way to marketing. And now they're finally launching their Nenny business at the Nenny Christmas Market.
Love it. So wait, we'll back up here for just a second. Now I understand that one of the cohorts in this Nenny market is Real Joe's boy. I call him Ruckus.
Yes.
Yeah. Did he earn that nickname while he was in studies? Did he earn that nickname?
No, he was very quiet but very passionate about a bunch of things. So we really had to talk to him about which direction he wanted to go with business. So I see a bright future for that young man.
Really?
Gio, yeah.
All right. What a great kid.
ideas.
So you said he was quiet and well-behaved, nothing like his father then?
Well, I can't say much about that, but yeah, he was very well behaved.
What? Okay, but I got so what? Real Joe, you can chime in here. What is he going to be selling in the Nenpire? What's his hustle going to be?
I believe it's called Clay Bros, and he's doing magnets.
Clay Bros?
Yeah, he's doing he's making these things.
Now you know how much
you're into magnets.
You know how much his Uncle Ray likes
Uncle
refrigerator
Ray
magnets,
magnets,
right? Yeah. Okay, I'm in love with this. So he makes these Clay Bros.
Yeah.
And are they still clay, or did you stick them in the oven and fire it and make them hard?
Well, you got to come by.
I guess there is that.
He'll
okay.
explain everything to you.
All right, so that's his hustle. Can you tell me about some of the other hustles that these cohorts in the Nenpire are putting together?
Well, there's a variety of them. So we have a really talented girl named Ava. She's been working hard with her crocheting. She's crocheting from coasters to flowers.
Excellent.
To, stuff that babies can wear. We have some artists in the house. We even have some sewers. They're sewing personalized or even custom-made Christmas ornaments.
These are little kids we're talking about. Because Gio's not any older than, 5 or 6, right? Yeah.
No, so we have from 6 years old to 13. We have some of our vets coming back, too, from our past programs, and they'll be popping up with us. Cards by Kai. He's been with us since 3 years ago, and he's a graphic artist who designs his own Christmas cards, and he also prints on journals and pouches. And, we have some graphic artists who are making hats for sale for kids. My son, he likes the plants, so he's selling his aloe vera with a little touch of his slightly used toys because he wants to give kids toys with their aloe vera plants.
I think this is incredible. Now, let me back up even further. How did Real Joe find out about this, and how did people that are listening going, this sounds like it'd be great for my kid, my grandkid to get involved in, nieces and nephews. How do you get a kid in the Nenpire?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how Real Joe found about it. Maybe he can answer that, but we're on Instagram.
He goes where the mommies are.
Yeah, the single moms.
Yeah, so we have an Instagram where we're gaining followers, and we post every time we have a new series of workshops. We have a website, PicassoNennies.com. And, just from our press releases, or you can contact me directly and give me your email so I can shoot it out to you. But we try to do this at least twice a year. Christmas time is definitely one of them, and we're working towards a summer a summer program.
When it gets to be time to enroll some new kids in there, because there's kids turning 6 years old every day. When it's time to recreate this and get more kids into the cohort program, let me know. We'll get it done. So your Christmas market's going to be taking place this weekend. Where, when, what time?
Yes, Sunday from 12 to 4 p.m. at GPO near Cinnabon.
I know
that
the spot.
Whole hallway. Yeah, it'll be filled with kids, and not only do we have our kid entrepreneurs, but we did book some kid talent. So we have the Obispos band. It's a bunch of middle schoolers who are going to be rocking their music, Christmas music with us. We have the Harrell Academy, Chamorro Academy. They're going to be singing some Chamorro Christmas songs for us.
Yes,
And we
people
also
have been asking. Folks have been asking. It's like great that we've got all of these different groups that are getting together and are doing Christmas tunes, but people are specifically asking where they can go to hear local Christmas songs.
Yes, please come over on Sunday. We even have a kid DJ. Her name is DJ Tuesday. And it's just so cool that, we're showcasing this kid talent, and hopefully we're going to be inspiring some kids to pursue their talents. So at a young age, so when they grow up, they're all fine-tuned and they can make a career out of it, doing something they love.
Oh, absolutely, and finding things that they love to do and something that they might be able to make their own money at instead of bumming from Uncle Ray all the time. I'm in love with the program. So all day tomorrow at when did you say it was this weekend? Saturday?
Sunday,
all day
December 22nd.
December 22.
It's the Sunday before Christmas, so come on by, get some one-of-a-kind items from kids who will definitely put a smile on your face.
Do me a favor, hit the Point website when we're done with the call, and where it says community, let the mouse hover over that, and there's an offer there to submit the event, and you can put all of the information that we're going over here, websites, telephone numbers, Instagrams, emails, and even if you've got a graphic of it, we can post that up there so people can see it as they go looking for things to do this weekend, last weekend, for people to go and get any kind of shopping done. So help out these kids, get some stocking stuffers, get some great presents that you can share around the Christmas tree on Christmas morning.
Yes, thank you.
You're very welcome. Daria, thank you very much. Don't lose the string on Real Joe, and whenever you got something going on, make sure that he can find you and put you on the radio just like we did today.
Definitely. Thank you guys for having me, and Merry Christmas.
Right on. 8:28 in the morning. Merry Christmas to you. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Good call, Real Joe. Way to go. Way to go.
It's a Hallmark moment.
I'm feeling it right now. That one hit me right in the feels. 888-8255-888-TALK. Let me give you a piece of good news. There might be some worrisome news that is in the conversation these days, but I got a piece of good news. Came out of United Airlines. They are open booking now, or opening the bookings for the new nonstop Taipei to Guam service. This is going to be a big deal. It's got all of the possibilities of being a little bit of a game changer. There not too many opportunities for direct flights from Taiwan, and for United Airlines to find a couple of slots in their schedule and be able to get a couple of slots in Taipei for the trip to Guam is a major big deal. Be on the lookout for another source market that I don't want to say that we can begin to exploit, but a new batch of folks that we can welcome to Guam, welcome them all enthusiastically. I still remember Bertram Pinko saying that so many years ago. Welcome Wave, that was the name of the program. Welcome all visitors enthusiastically, and I still try to do that. As I'm passing by doing my walks down in Tumon or just goofing off, when I see them, I try to give them a memorable experience. Sometimes it's kind of a creepy, kind of leery old man looking at them.
Do you greet the Koreans with Japanese language?
What's that?
Do you greet the Koreans with Japanese language?
I just call everybody sissy. All the guys are bwee, all the girls are sissy. It's 8:29 in the morning. We've got a Klitsky cameo coming up here before too much longer. But in the meantime, just real quick, and I don't want to get into a back and forth here, but it looks like it might be unavoidable based on some of the remarks made by the other Chris at the 37th Guam Legislature about Chris Duenas. Buenas and Zenhafade, welcome back to the program. Got news and headlines coming up in a second, so we'll let's try to keep this brief.
Okay, yeah, I am your boy, but the bottom line is the other boy is wrong, and Dr. Wen just proved that he's uninformed. I'm disappointed that all of those senators that voted against Dr. Berg did not make any statements as to why. The committee report doesn't show any reason why, and I'm not a rubber stamp. I'm a person who does things responsibly. And when you read the Guam Board of Examiners letter, and I hope you read it on the air, it shows how alarmed they are. Not everybody signs off on that paperwork like Dr. Wen says, and I don't even think any doctor right now would take Dr. Berg's chair and sign off without the experience and without the federal certifications to be able to do such. So Chris is just wrong and misinformed, and I'm glad that we're going to have flights to Taiwan, Taipei, because when I went there on a mission before, I found out that you can land on the tarmac in Taipei and be to Adventist Hospital in 5 minutes because they share a road in the back of the tarmac. And we might need it because of some of the actions of some of the senators.
It's 8:31 in the morning. Well said. I appreciate the succinct point. Senator Chris Duenas, we'll talk again, I'm sure.
Thank you.
All right, 888-8255, 888-TALK. That's the way we do it. I was going to launch into, when we get some time, I will read bits and pieces of the statement made by among the many doctors that are concerned about this. I'll read that for you a little bit later on. But there's a couple other interesting stories floating around about the airline and airplane experience. I was going to start with a note that Tom Cruise, we were talking about him before. Remember Maverick? And I was talking about him. He wouldn't engage with the bad guys, and Doc Holliday was getting swarmed by the Ruskies. And so finally, you know, Goose told him whatever. And they went in there and went in and splashed 3, whatever. And USA won World War II again because of Maverick. Well, he's apparently received an award from the Navy. They have given him their top civilian honor. It is the Navy Distinguished Public Service Award, and he received that in Longcross South Studios in England. His roles, most notably in Top Gun, have increased public awareness and appreciation for the highly trained personnel and sacrifices that they make while in uniform, said the entire United States Navy. So that, in my mind, is kind of a big deal.
Just listening to you say all that, I want to know, when did Top Gun come out? Like, what, 1986, I believe?
30-some-odd years ago, yeah.
What was the recruitment numbers after the movie came out for the Navy?
I bet we can find that out. I bet that's a matter of public record. And then what the recruitment numbers were like when the new Top Gun came out, which I turned into a family event. Mayumi had never seen Top Gun, and so we got the big ass TV at the house, and we watched Top Gun on the big screen at the house. And the next day, went to go watch Top Gun, the Maverick show at the movie theater. And she was absolutely in love with the story arc, and how it played out to the end in the new one. And I liked it because it had, what's her name in it? What's the name of the woman that was in Top Gun, the new one?
Oh, the new one.
Yeah,
Jennifer Connelly.
Jennifer Connelly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, oh, Dad, I love the action. I love the plot.
I love Jennifer.
Tom Cruise. And I'm there. Yeah, any excuse for me to watch a movie with Jennifer Connelly in it was well accepted. 8:33 in the morning. Klitsky cameo coming up, and the last big look at news and headlines coming up after these.
Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
The holidays are about family, gathering around the table, sharing moments of joy, and making memories that last. At PFC Finance, we've been helping families make those moments possible for 48 years. Happy holidays from our PFC family to yours. Sizuos Ma'asi, Guam. Kim Anderson from Security Title here. When it comes to your real estate transactions, let us take care of the details so you can focus on what really matters, celebrating the season with family and friends. Our team of experts are dedicated to ensuring a seamless experience from start to finish. Happy holidays from all of us at Security Title, your trusted partner in real estate.
Darn, it's not Jennifer Connelly's birthday again. Oh, shucks. I'll have to find another hottie somewhere on the big list of hotties that I'll be going over here in just a second. Last big look at news and headlines with Ryan Siniglis. Off of Ryan. What do we do today?
A woman charged in connection with the deadly armed robbery outside the Thai restaurant in Tamuning was granted her request to find work. Defendant Jenna Rose Manabusan appeared before Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan in Superior Court yesterday And prosecutors opposed the request due to the serious charges she's facing, to include conspiracy to commit aggravated murder. The court ordered that the third-party custodian take her to find work, adding that she would need to continue wearing her electronic monitor. Matabus and the co-defendant with Domingo Mendiola are charged in connection to the killing of 53-year-old Sumitra Lairopi. And the Guam Fire Department rescued 2 distressed fishermen behind Jeff Pirates Cove in Ipan, Talafofo on Monday night. According to the GFD spokesperson, Lieutenant Nick Garrido, GFD personnel assisted both fishermen back to shore, and they refused all medical services, according to Garrido. Jeff Pleadwell said that the fishermen were rescued off Tuxet Channel around 7:30 p.m. on Monday, and he said he wanted the public to be aware of all the dangers. And that is your look at news. I'm Ryan, and I'm definitely flying.
All right, definitely. And but before you get to leave, we have to do celebrity birthdays and special events before we have our Klitsky cameo today. The cameo is going to be Governor and AG Play Chicken. That will be an interesting read. In just a little bit, celebrity birthdays today. Tim Reed is 80 years old. Don't ask me what he does. Mike Lookinland is 64 years old. You know who Mike Lookinland is, right?
No idea.
He was the youngest of the Brady Bunch kids.
Oh, okay.
Of the boy. He's the boy.
Yeah.
64 years old. It was a long time ago, I think, by other stretches of memory. But he had a hard time in the growing up and not being famous anymore. And I think he got busted on a couple of things back in the day. But he's up. He's still alive. Jennifer Beals. Hi.
Yeah.
Wow. Hi, he's 61.
Timberlake's wife.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Justin Timberlake's wife.
She's too good for him.
She is.
She's too old
she
for him.
does not deserve her.
She's 61.
What?
That's what it says. Jennifer Beals, 61.
Okay,
Are
wrong
you
Bill.
sure? Wrong. Okay, so you're
wrong Jennifer.
Man.
Yeah,
I got excited, man.
This
I'm
is
sorry.
this is the one, the dancing
That's
movie.
the mom.
Is it? It's the mom.
Oh, no.
Hey, your mom. Hey, your mom.
Your mom's hot.
Chris Angel is 57 years old today.
Okay, that's the street guy. Yeah.
The street magician from Vegas. I believe you're right. Christy Swanson is 55. Alyssa Milano is 52 years old. Now, that's Justin Timberlake's wife.
No.
Yeah, she was in Shawshank
she's a liberal, man.
A what?
She's a liberal.
I still like her, though, man.
Standard. She's woke.
Who's the boss?
Yeah, she's way woke, bro. I mean, she's cute.
Yeah.
Have that Italian in her.
Right. Okay, so what we're talking about here is like a celebrity version of an AOC.
Yeah.
Where, there's a certain kind of, she's super hot, but she's got that wokey stuff.
Yeah.
And we're just incompatible from the word
no
go.
brain.
Yeah.
My type.
So don't if you already know this going in, don't talk politics until after.
Yeah.
Okay. Just let it
Save
and that
yourself
will give
the
you
trouble.
an excuse to break
when
up.
you
afterwards.
want to get away from her. Talk
Everything
politics.
was great. We like the same food. We're compatible physically, mentally, except your politics. So it's not you, it's me. And so I need a little bit of time.
It's personal.
Jake Gyllenhaal.
I'm conservative.
Yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal is 44 years old. What I'm basically saying is don't wear your MAGA hat to the first date with Alyssa Milano and AOC. Just keep it a secret. And that's all we got for celebrity birthdays. For special events, it's Hard Candy Day, which is vitally important when you live on Guam and you need hard candy because the chocolate stuff will melt. And sometimes it melts the second you leave the store. You got the thing, you got the Reese's Pieces or Hershey chocolate bar, and you got to eat it right now. Otherwise, it will melt the second.
I'm looking for the hard Christmas candy. Remember those?
So what is it, Brax or Brox?
Brox.
You could get it by the pound.
There's the hard candy.
You need to scoop it up.
That I like. It's a Japanese candy. It comes in a tin can.
Ooh.
And they're little fruit flavors, and they've got this light powdering of sugar on it.
I know which one, man.
Basically, it's
got the powder.
It's old lady candy.
It
is
is
the only way that I can describe it. It's old lady.
Who gives it out.
That's exactly right.
Your son.
And I don't know where the inventory is kept, but my other favorite hard candy, also old lady candy, or nun candy. We can put them in the same. Same zone.
Candy for nuns.
Is the sugar the strawberry.
And it comes
and it's all wrapped up in a little plastic thing.
The wrapper looks like a strawberry.
Where does that come from?
I do not know.
It just kind of magically appears.
20 years and I still don't know.
It just kind of washes up on the beach over at Pirates Cove.
And it lasts forever.
Yes. That's one among the reasons why I like it. So you imagine your favorite hard candy. It's also re-gifting day. And the folks over at let me see, Medical City in the Philippines have given me a fine gift, impossible to regift. They sent me it's a tea set, and it's got a little decanter for the tea. The tea goes inside of it, and they imprinted it with my name.
Sophisticated.
Yeah, those are hard to
RG.
Yeah, it's hard to regift that if it's actually got my name on it.
Just like your robe says RG.
Well, just say it comes from the radio station.
It's Emo Day. Used to be something like a comedian named Emo Phillips back in the day, and Oatmeal Muffin Day for those of you that need that. Is that something the Coffee Wife sells?
Probably,
muffins?
yeah.
Probably.
It's got a lot of fiber.
I'd asked her the other day because I looked into a gift certificate from Infusion, and so the question that I asked was, what do you have over at that place that is like low carb, low calories that I might be able to get my hands on? And she's Bacon Bites.
Ooh.
I never
had me at bacon.
Right, exactly. It's meat candy. We're talking about hard candy. That's meat candy. Bacon Bites. So that's what I'm supposed to try out next time I swing by Coffee Wife's place. 8:41 in the morning. Ryan, I appreciate you coming in and helping us out with the news, and I really appreciate you showing off that new phone that you've got. He's got a phone.
Joe, just so you know, it's a Samsung. Okay? So
strippers and
druggies.
Yeah.
One or the other.
So but it folds.
It folds, and the camera is wow.
It doesn't jiggle.
Yeah, it doesn't jiggle.
It folds.
Yeah.
The reason why the camera is important is because Rye takes a whole lot of pictures of mommies.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
So
I actually took a lot of video footage on the 17th down at yesterday once more. Yeah.
Okay, cool. No, that was what a great show. That was a lot of people were shooting video on that, and just mine's in town. Is your daughter back?
No.
Is she? Are you going to go see her?
Last I saw, she was in Disneyland with her brother, and they're probably down with my brother down in L.A.
Oh, you're so lucky to miss that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. You know how much it costs to get into Disneyland and eat, and how long the lines are, and things like that,
it's
right?
It's funny how you brought up this whole airline things and everything, right? Because I was thinking about it. 2019, I went back to New York, and for the lovely price of $1,000.
Oh, you can't get to Saipan for $1,000.
Yeah, well, you see, it's like 300 some from Guam to the Philippines.
Yeah,
and then from Philippines to New York was 700 round trip.
Oh, that's not a bad way to do that. Okay, not a
and
bad.
all I did was spend one day in the Philippines.
All right, and you'd want to do that anyway. I've got B&B in Bonifacio Global City, and they've got expectations for me to spring by there sometime around my birthday. It's 8:43 in the morning. You have a terrific day.
Yes.
And to tell you what, let me just go right into it. We'll do the 8:30-ish break a little bit later on. I want to make sure I've got adequate time for this morning's Klitsky cameo, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tall Tales Light with His Honor, Mustache Wisdom, Bob Klitsky, broadcasting from his secret bunker in the north end of town. Off a day, Senator Klitsky.
Sir,
what have we today? The preview said Governor and AG played chicken, and I'm familiar with the game from running around with knuckleheads when I was a teenager, and maybe to a degree running around with knuckleheads now that I'm old. But playing chicken, basically two cars going down one slim stretch of road, breakneck speed. Somebody's got to turn away, otherwise there's going to be havoc and chaos on the roads. That's the way it worked back in the old days and in the movies. How does that fit in with what might be going on between Governor Lulian Guerrero and Attorney General Doug Moylan?
the chaos this time is $100 million because the governor's got from now until the 31st of December to obligate $100 million of federal funds, or we lose it. And as you know, she wants to obligate that $100 million buying property out on Route 15, as per the recent activity of the commissioners at GURA.
Yes.
So the GURA commissioners have used their power of eminent domain to condemn Blackacre out there on Route 15. And the governor is going to enter into the necessary contracts to take that over to build a hospital. but all government contracts in excess of $500,000 have to be approved by the Attorney General, who has said from the get-go that GURA meeting is flawed. First of all, the governor wrote you a letter saying, I want to borrow $10 million to build a hospital, and the way you put it in the paper, $10 million for block grants. Didn't put anybody on notice of anything. Then the next thing the GURA did was go forward and condemn land which, according to the Attorney General, did not comply with GURA's statutory powers. So is the Attorney General going to approve this? Is GURA going to say, oh, shucks, we better do this, right? Or are we going to lose $100 million in federal funds?
Right. That pretty adequately sums everything up. My understanding is that the first loan, the first bit of paperwork on the $10 million loan may not have been consummated as of a couple of days ago. I asked Fernando Estevez to provide me copies, kind of a WhatsApp FOIA. Provide me copies of the loan documentation, because that was among the findings of the Attorney General's office. Is there's nothing laying around that shows the terms of this loan? How long is it going to be out for? What is the interest rate going to be on this piece of paperwork? And they exist, obviously, but the guys over at Fernando Estevez has not been able to provide it to me, he says, because it has not been fully executed.
Well, you remember Fernando Estevez, wasn't he the guy that formed the human chain across the main gate at Anderson?
I believe that is the case, yes. And was surprised when so many people questioned how somebody that used to wear the uniform of the United States Armed Forces was there protesting at the front gate of the United States Armed Forces.
Exactly. And then I did a sunshine on him, and he furnished a sunshine, but he edited out all the names. I asked for emails, and he edited out all the names in the emails. And his excuse was he didn't think that they should be public. So when it comes to compliance with the law, Fernando Estevez doesn't have a very good track record, if that's what you're banking on. If the commissioners are saying, well, you know, our deputy director, Fernando Estevez, said we complied with the law.
Well, the other, and I'm sure you've seen it. Dr. Tom Shea had sent some paperwork, a FOIA request in, asking for a number of documents related to this eminent domain and the hospital project itself, and the GURA's role in the hospital paperwork. And I think he was unsatisfied with the results. A piece of paper that I got had numerous yellow lines across it, where what he was asking for doesn't exist, which led Dr. Tom Shea to believe that there is no real paper plan being put together.
Yeah, the whole thing, you know, when you can't get it off to a good start with the proper notice in the newspaper, the fires of suspicion are kindled, and they're not going to go out until you do it the right way. And a real governor who really takes this stuff seriously would say, hey, hold it, fellas. My administration is for transparency. If you didn't do the notice right, I'm not going to touch it with somebody else's 10-foot pole. But not this governor. This governor just went straight to the ad hominem attack and let it go at that.
Yeah, because special interest, you know. There's another document that I was sent, and just for clarity for myself, that says the recipients, that's us, the government of Guam, must obligate all funds by the end of 2024. Obviously, otherwise it's going to get clawed back. But that just begins the tolling of another clock on expending all of the funds by the end of 2026. So there is another timeline that I suppose they're banking on to be able to hold on to those funds. They quote obligate it by saying that we're going to build a hospital with it, and just leave that there and make a notation somewhere that that's where $100 million is going to go. They're not under an obligation to spend it until the end of 2026, as I said.
But they do have to obligate it, right?
They do have to obligate it. They do have to obligate it. But I don't know what form that obligation comes in. Is what document needs to get drafted and signed by everybody, and does it require a signature of the Attorney General's office? And as you point out, there's not a whole lot of daylight in the conversation between those two about whether it was done right or not.
No, it seems like whatever it is that the Attorney General wants to do, the knee-jerk reaction at Adloop is, we ain't going to do that.
No.
The Attorney General wants to step up some of the customs inspections at the port, and Rory's gone on a public relations crusade to say, we don't need no stinking Attorney General telling us how to do this.
Well, I'm sure you saw it as well in a newspaper yesterday. What was the name of the lady that the Real Power over at Gura? I forget off the top of my head right now, but she had penned a public relations piece disguised as a letter to the editor in the Guam Daily Post yesterday. I'm sure you caught that.
Yes, I did all of the wonderful things that Gura has been able to do with block grants.
Yes. And how dare anybody criticize us? We've built Guam up from the ground up.
And I don't quibble with that. They've built police stations and they built other things like that. But that doesn't mean you don't have to comply with all of the niceties of the law when you're doing it. You can't just disregard the open government law because you're good guys.
Mm-hmm. And we still are not convinced, many people are still not convinced, that the construction of a hospital is inside Gura's remit, if you will.
Well, certainly not the way they've gone after it. And the Attorney General thinks not at all.
As has been pointed out, it's taken a long time for there to be a whole lot of action on this. You and I have analyzed this to pieces. Others over at the legislature, likewise, they've been looking at this and their build-up and their conversation that led to the non-action on the override of Bill 185. I keep waiting for shoes to drop, and it seems to me that the next shoe to drop probably has to come from Adelup, but they've been oddly quiet on what they're not telegraphing what their next step is going to be.
If they know.
Have we made it up yet? Carlo Branch, no doubt, is already penning a pithy statement to tell us what that plan is going to end up looking like. I was also surprised that they didn't follow the usual Adelup version of a response, which is admit nothing, deny everything, and make counter accusations. They were close, but they didn't actually push the button on the counter accusations.
Well, we do have not a 3-branch, but a 4-branch government. We've got the judicial branch, the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the Carlo branch.
You know, I'm enough of a showman to know when somebody has hit the punchline to step away from the microphone and grab a break. Your Honor, it is always a pleasure talking with you. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Lou, and I'll see you soon.
Gotcha, Ray.
There it is, this morning's Klitsky cameo here on The Point.
Frank the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinard.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Shay's got a awesome. The wardrobe was terrific. The music was dead on, sounded just like the records that we all grew up along, and trying. And I will say this: there to a degree, I was worried that the audience did not give itself the bigger. And they had great drinks over at the bar, and they were mixing all kinds of stuff. But it was a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe it's just doctors, healthcare professionals. They're a little bit sedate in the thing.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Anyways, 8:56 and change. Earlier, talking about the travel experience. Not that I'm going to be doing any kind of serious traveling soon, but there are increasing demands being placed on airports and airlines, and they're taking them seriously. Now, there's some new kind of airport technologies that if they aren't rolled out yet, they will be soon. Automated check-in kiosks. Which is great if you know what you're doing, but if you don't, thank God there's always a flight attendant or one of the, there's a person there that can help you through the process. It's like I think I know everything there is to know about using the checkout over at Home Depot, but there are times where I'm looking at the machine and the girl can see me having that moment of anxiety, that performance anxiety, come over and then press a couple of buttons, or she's got that little gun thing so she can help me out with it and move me along faster. They're talking about doing the same thing for checking in. Biometric screening in and automated security lanes. Now, this is one that kind of scared me. Biometric security screening, which will use facial recognition to verify your identity, expanding rapidly across U.S. airports as part of the TSA's effort to, quote, enhance security and reduce wait times. And who doesn't want to have their wait time reduced while you're waiting for the surly folks from the TSA to be able to continue to probe? Stand like this. This is my whole thing. I like to stand like this while I'm there with the passport in my mouth and all of that, knowing that there's some dudes in the back that are giggling about the parts of my body that they can see through all of that significant technology. Now they're just going to use facial recognition, and I suppose in a computer somewhere they'll go, oh, that's just Ray Gibson. Don't worry about him. He's harmless, and let him through.
Do this alert.
On the other hand, they might go, oh, there's Ray Gibson. Wasn't he the guy that said some unpleasant things about the Biden-Harris administration once upon a time? He's an insurrectionist.
He mocked the airport.
Yeah. Well, we can't do anything other than inconvenience him. So pull out all of his bags and make him empty everything and show what's on the laptop, so the contents of the laptop, etc. TSA is implementing automated screening lanes with CT scanners to, again, enhance security and reduce checkpoint wait times. It will be rolled out to us in the form of some kind of a new convenience for the travelers. And I'm wondering just how much privacy we're going to end up giving up. They're launching mobile apps. Now, this is the part that I can kind of sort of get into. A new app at Houston will help passengers locate food vendors and receive flight notifications, including cashless parking solutions where you can reserve a spot at the airport, and you put your license plate number in. As you drive through, there will be a camera recognizing your license plate, and it will direct you to where your pre-reserved spot is going to be. At venues like JFK, Newark, Liberty, Chicago's O'Hare, you can order meals from your smartphone, and they will deliver it to your gate. They will send you. So you don't have to go to where the restaurant is. You just make the order on your phone, and they're going to deliver it to your gate, or they won't. Or they won't. I mean, what the hell? You get on the airplane, and while you're waiting for your sausage and fries, and some guy's going, well, it's already paid for. I guess I can eat it. Ray Gibson's not going to be able to do anything because his plane is leaving in 2 minutes. And the news is going to be playing in 7 seconds. Where KUSG got your Pika's best 4 times running on 93.3. Stand by now. It's time for Fox News.
Tapping the brakes. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A stopgap government spending bill is in jeopardy after strong opposition from the incoming administration.
President-elect Trump says he's totally opposed to the continuing resolution that would fund the government until mid-March, saying he wants a bill that would include a debt ceiling increase without what he called Democrat giveaways. He and Vice President-elect Vance in a joint statement on social media saying if the Democrats threaten to shut down the government unless we give them everything they want, then call their bluff. Without congressional action, the government's ability to spend money expires at Friday midnight. That could lead to a partial government shutdown.
Fox's Jack Callahan. As expected, the Federal Reserve has slashed its key interest rate again.
The Federal Open Market Committee decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point.
Chair Jerome Powell, who signaled the Fed expects to reduce rates more slowly next year, largely due to still hot inflation. 2 cuts are expected for next year if the economy grows steadily and if inflation continues to decline. The news from the Fed sending the markets into a tailspin. The Dow lost 1123, the Nasdaq off 716, the S&P minus 178. The Supreme Court agrees to hear an appeal from TikTok over a new law that requires a sale from its Chinese-based owner or face a ban.
Arguments are set for January 10th, just days ahead of a January 19th deadline for TikTok to be sold. A bipartisan vote in Congress set up the looming deadline amid concerns from the administration that TikTok poses a national security threat because of the amount of data collected. President-elect Trump supported the ban at the time, but during the campaign promised to save TikTok and hosted the company's CEO this week. TikTok says the law violates free speech rights.
Fox's Jared Halpern. America is listening to Fox News.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
The man charged with killing 7 people at a 4th of July parade in suburban Chicago loses a bid to bar statements he made to police to be used during his trial.
Robert Cremo III tried fighting his video confession from being played at trial, arguing the confession wasn't legal. But a judge overseeing the case denies the motion, saying Cremo was fully aware of his rights following his arrest and declined an attorney multiple times. He's accused of killing 7 people and injuring 48 others during a 4th of July parade in Highland Park in 2022. He's pled not guilty to all charges, including multiple first-degree murder counts. His trial is expected to begin in February. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Senate has passed a defense bill that will raise troop pay and boost overall military spending to $895 billion. A new twist in the pina colada story that rocked the tourism industry in Fiji.
7 tourists who landed in the hospital after drinking pina coladas at Fiji's 5-star Warwick Resort were not poisoned by alcohol or illicit drugs, according to police-ordered toxicology tests. Fiji's tourism minister confirming no methanol or illegal substances were found in the ingredients or liquor samples, calling it great news for Fiji and its tourism industry. The American and Australians, including a mother and daughter, have since fully recovered from nausea, vomiting, neurological symptoms. So what was it? The health ministry investigating a possible chemical reaction or infection. Fiji now urging foreign governments to take down their website travel advisories, warning tourists about a risk of spiked drinks in Fiji. Therese Crowley, Fox News.
An Alabama judge has dismissed the last wrongful death lawsuit filed by 3 couples who argue that frozen embryos are children. The couples filed the suit after their embryos were accidentally destroyed at a fertility clinic. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The holidays are here again, and American Water Tech wishes you and your loved ones a joyful holiday season. Our popular holiday special is back, and for a limited time, we're offering the whole house system of a Kinetico non-electric water softener and a reverse osmosis water drinking system for the discounted price of only $2,995, inclusive of basic installation and a 1-year limited warranty. Hurry! This sale is on from November 15th until December 20th while supplies last. See store for details or call us at 671-649-2301, 649-2301. Soft drinks are just $1 at Wendy's. Any size, anytime. Small, medium, large, whatever. Take a little soft drink break anytime and get what you want. Dollar soft drinks, any size. Gotta be Wendy's. For a limited time only. Excludes prepackaged beverages, sweet tea, unsweetened tea, coffee, cold brew, and Dave's Craft Lemonades. Not valid in a combo.
Santa's coming in. Things are looking up. Bank Pacific has rolled out Rudolph's favorite My Christmas Loan with an annual percentage rate as low as 5.4% and up to $50,000. And with our Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you have the flexibility of using your money where you want, when you want. My Christmas Loan. Contactless Visa debit card. Let's make Christmas merrier in 24. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply. 70 years of holiday cheer.
Right on.
6 more days till Christmas. Get the perfect Shinarp gift at the local shop or bladesbycrank.com.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. It is the end of their year, and frankly, they want to relieve themselves of a whole bunch of inventory. And what do you do when you're in a situation like that? You drop the prices. Sentra for the price of a Versa, and there's plenty more deals like that. How do you find them? Log on to NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Science, baby, it's science. I'll explain what's in my head in just a second, but I got to take care of this now. As on the screen right now, if you're watching on the visuals, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, Rumble.com, ThePOINT.gu, KUAM. And by the time if you're seeing this on KUAM, you've got time to get home and get yourself cleaned up because it's going to be an all-nighter. Strumming Back to Health, a fundraiser for Chris Carrillo. Big donor drive and fundraiser tonight over at the venue, 5 until 10. So that's what I mean by saying you got time to get home, get yourself cleaned up, and change out some clothes, and then come hang out with everybody over at venue. $20 tickets comes with a free drink. There's going to be raffle prizes, as you might imagine. Incredible live music. Lots of people in the music community coming out to play and perform and sing and that kind of stuff for Chris Carrillo, because he's a big part of the music scene here on Guam, and everybody wants to make sure you can still strum the ukulele and sing those songs. You can get the tickets over at Blush Bridal across from the venue in Hagåtña, or just show up tonight. I'm sure people will be more than happy to take your money at the front door. And stick around. Stick around. Be a good time for the raffle prizes and just me and Phil and everybody goofing off. It's also a great place to go and learn the latest political gossip that's floating around. And now that the election is all done, and we know who the members of the 37th Guam, 38th Guam legislature are going to be, and we already know who's going to be running for governor of Guam in 2026. Well, we know about two guys that publicly came out and said that they're running for office. One of them is Charlie Hermosa. The other one is current Lieutenant Governor of Guam. That's Josh Tenorio. But no word yet on the mechanisms that he's going to be using to determine who the Lieutenant Governor is going to be on that ticket. That's one of those things you spend a lot of time coming up with it, and it's got to be somebody that kind of makes sense on the ticket, not too hard, not too soft. You know, it's like one of those radio stations, not too hard, not too soft, not too
Amanda.
good. I don't know. Where's she been? Wasn't over at the legislature when it comes time to do some voting. Anyway, so one deal here, and I don't know exactly how he feels about it, but Peter Santos has chimed in on one of the topics here this morning. It is not on the topic of what he thinks about the potential competition for the Attorney General seat now that Tom Fisher has decided that he is not going to caucus with the Republican Party, the GOP, God's own party, Guam's own party. He's not going to be caucusing with them any further, and has suggested that he is going to be trying to apply service for the people of Guam in a nonpartisan role. And there aren't that many positions on Guam that are nonpartisan. The Attorney General's office race is nonpartisan. You don't vote for a Republican or a Democrat Attorney General. You don't do that for the OPA. Peter Santos has suggested that he might want to run against Doug Moylan in just a couple of years. I think he made that decision and that announcement the day after Doug Moylan was inaugurated as an Attorney General 2.0, because he already had the job already. But he chimed in this morning on the dust-up now between Chris Barnett and Chris Duenas over Nate Berg's nomination to continue to lead the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. He was on the list for confirmation by the legislature, and they took him out of the voting file. And somebody said, put him back in, and that didn't pass. There was a majority of the people over at the legislature that thumbs down on that one. Chris Barnett said it was just a move to rubber stamp one of Governor Lulian Guerrero's nominations. The advice and consent of the legislature. Most of the time in these nominations, it just sails right through. It's a love fest. Oh, I've known him since he was a little boy, and he was always nice. And he volunteers to mow the old lady's yard down the street and washes your car just because. He's just a really, really terrific guy. Helped me cut down a tree after the typhoon. Just all of those things. And it's very rare that the legislature will use this as an opportunity to, cross-examine somebody that goes through there. And everybody shows up with their families, and it's all a really, really fun affair. For me, if it was me, I guarantee there would be people over at the legislature who would be asking me with a straight face, well, why do you think you're qualified for this job? Why do you think you get this six-figure appointment with lots of travel and no expectations for any results?
All those skeletons.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Number one, blank what you heard. And number two, there's a very good likelihood.
His closet is full of skeletons.
Whatever you heard, it's probably true. It's probably true, depending on who you heard it from. They were probably there when it happened. But most of that stuff happened before cell phones.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Evidence is hard to get.
But I'm not saying that there aren't things that have been done since cell phones that might be memorialized on camera. I'm just going to leave all of that to your imagination. Anyway, so we'll talk about that. That may come up in conversations that take place over at Venue tonight for Chris Carrillo's big fundraising deal. Peter Santos, though, as I said, he chimed in on the Chris versus Chris, says mala means bad. Malfunction is wrong about Berg like he is wrong about Duk Moylan.
Ooh, who said that?
Peter Santos said that.
Peter Santos.
Yeah. So there it is. Bunker Menno says, let's go AG Doug. Why is this still a conversation about open government violation? I'm no lawyer, and I do understand that they broke the law. So where's at some point, somebody's got to actually do something. And I can't remember where did Doug say he was on that? Is it like, yeah, we're putting paperwork together. Is there going to be a lawsuit? Is there going to be something?
Probably.
Yeah. When it happens, try to act surprised. Earlier, I was talking about brain rot. That's what they're calling it. That's Oxford's word of the year. Not brain fart.
Oh, it's a brain
Not
rot.
brain drain. Brain rot is Oxford's word of the year. And I did want to spend a minute talking about this because it's a very good chance that we've all got it one way or the other. Crux is trying to sort out what brain rot is. And just FYI, it's not good. It's not a good thing to have.
Yeah.
Essentially, brain rot refers to a feeling most of us have had from time to time, definitely since COVID. A few of the most prevalent symptoms, an ability to focus among them. To which I say, what? Huh? Focus. Bofus. Like at the movie theater. Decreased attention span. Oh, my God. How many times you got to drill yourself in and turn on the do not disturb on the phone. In fact, put the phone away because otherwise it's going to distract you. The only time that I'm not always distracted by the phone is when I'm taking a shower. And even then, I'll still look, hey, did I get a message while I'm in here? Difficulty completing tasks. And I'm going to say guilty as charged. I've begun again the process of using. It's on the phone, so it must be good. So I'm using reminders with Apple's reminders.
Oh, cool.
But
Yeah.
okay, so
Sticky
here's
notes.
but this is the problem though. This is a major problem I have. Is I get a lot of not reminders, but I get a lot of tasks that come in from like WhatsApp or email, and there is no easy way that I've found, and I've looked, to be able to click on my Gmail and send that to the reminders. Or when somebody sends me a WhatsApp, says something like, you're out of beer, pick up a 12-pack or something, I should be able to click on the WhatsApp and say, okay, this is now a reminder. Can you put it there with a due date of whatever? I mean, you can do it with Siri, but it's no fun doing it that way, and that's one of the things I'm working on. If such issues continue without intervention, brain rot can take a negative toll on other aspects of your life, most notably relationships. And although the characteristics themselves are nothing new, experts say that brain rot is becoming more common due in large part to the ubiquity of social media. Your dopamine is going crazy. WhatsApp.
IG got her.
WhatsApp all the time, and don't you have those moments of disappointment when you've been away from the phone for a long time, like 7 minutes, and you go to your WhatsApp and you don't have any new messages, and there's no new messages coming in on your communications apps, any of that stuff, or you get into Instagram, and the way my algorithm works, suffice to say that there, with every swipe of my thumb, there's a new piece of eye candy or something that will. Likewise, distract me, and that is something that we're all going to have to work through. I might get back to the article and see if they have any suggestions on how to break yourself free of brain rot. The word of the year from Oxford. 9:17 in the morning. Dr. Ron McNinch.
Is there a doctor in the house?
On the phone.
Hey, Doc.
Dr. Ron McNinch hooked me into reading his article this morning in the
His
newspaper.
manifesto?
Yeah, manifesto about easy ways to bring the tourists back to Guam, and then it went into something about Taiwanese learning English or something. I don't know. What was the gist of that article there, Dr. McNinch? Welcome to the show.
Hey, happy day, Ray. Happy day, Guam. Brain rot sounds a lot like Trump derangement syndrome, actually. Yeah.
Inability to focus, difficulty completing tasks, decreased attention span because you're just waiting for another excuse to be mad about Donald Trump. He changed his hairstyle.
Wow, incredible. It just feels so much nicer now. I don't know what to say, Literally, I feel 100% better now that I know Trump's coming in.
Oh, 1,000% agree. I know a lot of people. And what really, I don't want to say it bothers me a lot, but I'm noticing this a lot, and I wished it were other, is the number of people now who will come up to me and like, hey, how about that Trump guy? I can hardly wait for January 20th, right? And these are people, for the most part, Doc, that were in the shadows, they were closeted Trump supporters because they were afraid of some kind of woke backlash or some kind of backlash from people that would debate them to death about why Trump was the Satan of the universe, and how dare you support somebody that I don't know, convicted rapist, convicted whatever, and then you just go, wow, where do you get your news? I don't. But you didn't want to get into those debates, so a lot of guys just closeted themselves, and I think now, just in the last month, are a little bit more comfortable saying the T word out loud.
Yeah, trans is real. They definitely jumped on the bandwagon.
Not that T word. Not that T word. But I hear what you're saying, and we got now all of a sudden there are all of these corporations that feel like they've got a little bit more backbone now, and they're going to say, hey, we're going to can all these DEI programs, and we're not going to be supporting this anymore. We're not going to participate in the pride parades and all of those things that we did to be part of the accepted wokey culture. Now that it looks like that's going away, they're saying, okay, we can now go back to work.
Yeah, and one other thing, I've got lots of gay members and lesbian members in my family. I love all of them, and none of them are like any of those people. I mean, my gay family members and lesbian family members are pretty normal. They want to have regular lives, regular jobs. They want to have their families and their kids and everything else, and all of this other stuff. Who wants to sexualize children in kindergarten? I mean, in libraries through whatever reading hour or whatever.
I mentioned that the other day. People might want to wonder. Wonder when things changed. And it was there when they started going after the kids. That was, I think, for a lot of people, that was the camel that broke the straw that broke the camel's back. Theretofore, I think they were more and more taking advantage of people with good manners. That did not want to make somebody feel like they were marginalized, and understood that for many, many years, being gay meant that you were a member of a silent and marginalized community. And then all of a sudden, you can get out of the closet, you can fly your flag, and if you want to, and you can play in the parades and do all of those things. But then all of a sudden, there was this weird pervy push to do all of this stuff with children and in front of children. And I think that's where people said, no. We're not going to allow this anymore. And if it means that we're going to unelect an entire wing of an entire political branch, i.e. the woke Democrats, then that's what we are going to do.
Right.
And they did.
Remember that wacko, ball-headed nuclear regulator guy who was stealing women's luggage? Remember that?
Yes. How about the freak show that was directing public health?
Right.
And the many freak guys that were wearing women's uniforms.
Right. Well, the public health guy, let him live in his own world. But the wacko guy who would just do the most outrageous things in his public capacity, I just couldn't believe it. Here's the key thing: we have laws in the United States about no discrimination on the basis of sex, and keep your private life private to the extent that you're supposed to.
Yes.
And I have nothing, and that's how you overcome prejudice, is you don't give people things to prejudge you on. Okay, and you can't tell what a person's sexual preference is by talking to them or even watching them half the time, and so it should be an immaterial question.
Correct.
From a social standpoint.
Correct. Like, what's your shoe size? I don't know, and there's no reason for me to know. So please keep all of that stuff to yourself, as opposed to broadcasting it to me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't watch a whole lot of network television. I don't go to a whole lot of Hollywood movies because I'm 62 years old. I'm not going to change, and I don't like to be lectured. And I certainly don't like to be lectured about things that somebody did something bad to in an era that no longer exists.
Well, even more so, the people trying to lecture us are pretty uninformed and dumb most of the time. And that's what's really offensive to me, is people think just because they feel emotionally about something that they're right. And, there's this thing called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You might have talked about it before on the radio, where people overestimate their ability to know and understand things, or they think that they're better at something than they actually are. And quite often in public debates on public policy, people overestimate their angles quite a bit, and they get into trouble because they find out woke isn't appreciated by everybody, and most people want their kids to live safely in schools and learn. And why is a young person, instead of learning math and reading, having to learn stuff, like woke stuff. And also, why, I don't know if you've seen some of the school books in some school libraries, why are there sexually explicit elementary school books in public libraries in the United States? It's outrageous, the behavior. And everyone's afraid to say it's outrageous until the first person's brave enough to talk about it. Like you talk about it all the time, which is very important.
Yeah, well, because I want to be a beacon to the degree that I can be, a beacon for common sense. I know that I don't know everything, and I will admit when something is in my blind spot, that it's in my blind spot, and if I've got the time, I'll try to learn about it so I can be conversant. But when most things that enter the realm of talk radio can be easily verified with observation, reading, and common sense. And much of what I've seen coming out of the woke side of the Democratic Party is the opposite of common sense.
Yeah, they should be embarrassed. If they're not embarrassed, they should be ashamed. And one other quick thing on talk radio, people in your audience, your listening audience, are constantly debating and arguing with you. When they hear you, they'll argue back and forth and agree and disagree. It's actually a mental conversation people are having. So it's a very powerful medium in that regard.
It's a warm. Well, that's one of the reasons why I've always been attracted to it is the warmth of the medium. I don't get a whole lot of telephone calls. I never have. That's never been the hallmark of the program. We take a lot of calls and we make a lot of calls, but it is different the way I think I do it, where it's more of a I just like to listen to what's going on the radio. I like to listen to the thought process that rolls around Ray's head. And to the degree when I do get calls, I certainly appreciate them. But it's not like I'm constantly on the hunt, as the old man used to say, shilling for the phone call. Don't need it.
Right. Let me talk about my articles real quick.
Yeah. Because here's the thing: is everybody all of a sudden is an expert in the hospitality business, and everybody's got a great idea. And if I only had $60 million, we'd be able to get more Japanese butts on airplanes.
Right. This is free. We have over at least 1 million English teachers in Japan, Taiwan, China, in the region, close by us. And here's the thing. Every young person in Japan, Taiwan, Korea, China, all of them almost always have to study a minimum of 6 years of English between the 6th grade and 12th grade, and many of them continue to study it in college, and they never get an opportunity to actually speak English with anybody who speaks English as their primary language. And it's a great selling point for us. And I even had a French teacher in high school who'd go to France for a month every year, just to experience the French language with French people. We have that same opportunity for Chinese and Japanese and Korean English teachers in our region, and we make Guam a kind of hub for them to come in and practice their English all they want. And all we have to do is tune things a little bit to do that. It doesn't take a lot to do it. And everywhere I go here, I'll see families, and it's happened to me several times. I mentioned it once in the article. A kid will say hello to me in front of his parent or her parents, and I'll say hello back. And then I'll ask, what is your name? How old are you? Just basic English questions. And they totally enjoy talking. And their parents enjoy their kids talking. And also, you'll notice there'll be clusters of tourists, 3 or 4 at a time. There's always one who serves as the translator.
Sure.
And nothing can reinforce our tourism better than making that translator shine by having a very simple conversation with them and showing their friends that they're conversing in English.
So as Ray Gibson has been saying since the beginning of a Ray Gibson talk show, when the topic of hospitality industry and tourism comes up, I say more high touch, less high tech. And there are going to be counters to that. There's technological marvels in Korea and in Hong Kong and Taiwan and Japan that we have not yet embraced here, that they're used to and see every single day in their source markets. But absent that, the whole thing is being able to make a spiritual baby. I think that was the term that they used in my CO1 class back in the olden days, is every time you interact with another human being, a spiritual baby is born. And it might always stay a spiritual baby, but it might also turn into a lifelong friendship, a lifelong relationship, marriage, etc. Right. And so these are things that if you have an opportunity, go down to Tumon and seek some of these people out. You know, they're hungry to want to feel welcome. They're hungry to experience a little bit of a local touch. So, you know, something as simple as when you see a couple of hot Korean girls in hot Korean pants, offer to take their picture. Because they're always doing selfies and stuff, and one girl is taking a picture of the other girl, and it would be nice if they had the picture of the both of them that wasn't a long-arm selfie. So offer to take their pictures. And this is one of the first things that we learned when we were kids on Guam, when the Japanese first started coming, is we'd run around Plaza de España and Skinner Plaza back in the olden days, and if you saw a tourist that was taking pictures, you said, "Let me take a picture of you." And you grab their camera, you line it up, focus, take the picture, and it doesn't need to last any longer than about 30 seconds, but pretty soon they go, "Oh my God, the people of Guam are so nice, they're very courteous, and offered to take my pictures, and you know, wanted my hotel room number, and WhatsApp phone, and all of that, and make contact." You know, that's the kind of experience that I think we are uniquely capable of setting ourselves up, because nobody does hospitality like we do here on Guam. Maybe sometimes we forget. You know, in comparison, you've been to Bali, right?
Yes.
I'm told that the people of Bali are just the nicest folks in the whole wide world.
Yes.
Like Canadians, except brown.
You know, Canadians are whiny sometimes. Don't get me wrong, I like Canadians, but my God, their socialism drives me crazy. Hey, you know, when Athena was like 3 or 4 months old, and I was standing in line at the Payless, I think at Micronesia Mall, and I was holding her, waiting in the line, like 4 or 5 Japanese girls came up, "Oh, cute baby, hello baby," and we're talking to my daughter. I'm like, gosh, why when I was single couldn't I have thought up a technique like this? You know, because they want accessible, safe avenues to talk. They want the opportunity to talk and not fail. And there's no better person they can't fail with than with a child quite often. So you have a child, your child can speak to them too, or say hello and be friendly with tourists. I think sometimes that's a neat
that's what we were taught when I was boys. And like I said, Bird and Pinko in the 1970s says, "Welcome all visitors enthusiastically, give them a wave." And maybe we just need more of those kinds of programs. Yeah, it's great that we've trying to take tourism out of the hospitality district down to past the corridor and into the villages. But once they get into the villages, what are the opportunities aside from somebody that works in the store, somebody that's trying to tout something like the strip clubs or gun places? What are the opportunities for them to be able to interact person to person as opposed to, customer to person? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's back to basics.
Absolutely.
And we're really good at this on Guam. We're really good at natural hospitality. The natural feeling of making people feel welcome.
Yeah,
I mean,
and even if you're not a Guamanian, by virtue of the fact that you were here before they got off the airplane, guess what? You're an ambassador. So don't be shy about it. I made a point a little while ago. I was sent pictures of trash cans in Tumon. And they said, "Ray, don't worry, we do have trash cans in Tumon." I said, "I don't think we have enough." So my goal yesterday was I walked from one end of Tumon all the way to the other end and shot video and did an accounting of every trash can that I saw. And obviously, as I was doing that, there were people in the film. So as I would walk up to a cluster of tourists, I'd start waving and pointing the camera at them, and they start waving and pointing at my camera and all of that stuff. And I thought, okay, we've made some connections here, and I think it'll be fun. As I was passing by one of the trolleys down there, I waved and I pointed the camera, and they all waving back at me. And I thought, for these people, this was an experience of dealing with the locals, and I guarantee every single one of them enjoyed it. 9:33 gave me an opportunity to take to identify some real lookers in the hospitality game. Doc, I got to run. I'll talk to you very, very soon.
Let's talk corrections maybe one day soon.
Oh yeah. Hot corner topic. Like, when are the receivers going to take over?
No.
Well, you saw our friend, what's his name, Fisher, has got a lawsuit against the Department of Corrections.
Why don't our voters become receivers? How about that?
Because it's not sexy, Doc. This is not the groundbreaking for a new hotel or a new hospital or a new school. No, nobody cares about that. Nobody wants to. Oh, we got a groundbreaking for what? Another wastewater treatment center. Yeah, send the senators. Send legislators to that. There's nothing sexy about that. There's nothing sexy about groundbreaking for a new correctional facility. And until we put some sexy in the conversation, then I got a feeling that it's just going to be like the hospital, just a political football back and forth.
We love to build schools, but we care nothing about education. Is that crazy or what?
Yep. 9:35. We'll see how it plays. I was asked to provide an opportunity for airtime for Dr. Swanson, and there's a number of weighty issues that they've got to deal with. One of the more alarming ones is what we're going to do with all of the property. As a member of the Ed Board, you're familiar with this. I didn't know what the numbers were until somebody sent me a spreadsheet just in the middle school zone. We are only using 54% of the capacity of these schools. So serious conversations about merging, serious conversations maybe about closing entire facilities are underway right now. Had the first of them last night, and there's another one in the next, if either tonight or the next couple of nights. And people in the community got to get together and let them know which schools you're willing to shut down. Otherwise, the decision is going to be made by the board.
Yeah, community centers, give UOG and GCC more facilities, all kinds of neat angles we can talk.
Right on.
Hey, have a great day, Ray.
I
We'll
will.
talk more soon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ron McNitch on the point here. It's 9:36. I haven't taken a break yet this hour. Might be a good time to do it now and get caught up with what they're talking about in the newsrooms over at KUAM. Let's press the button on Joan.
Buenas and off day Guam, I'm Jonathan Charfris. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Thursday, December 19th. Imagine longtime public schools that maybe you or your parents or even your grandparents went to closing for good. That's the reality for the Guam Department of Education. Superintendent Dr. Kenneth Swanson poised to present his recommendations on school closures to the Guam Education Board soon. GDOE is hosting a series of virtual community briefings this week to shape the final outcome. Despite speculation, Swanson emphasized that his proposals remain preliminary as multiple factors continue to play a role on the decision-making process. Destiny Cruz-Langus has a story. You can watch it right now on our KUAM News YouTube channel. An update on the homicide investigation that unfolded back in August. Defendant Eugene Huffman is now facing charges of manslaughter and negligent homicide in connection with the death of 33-year-old woman police found dead in his Dededo home. A superseding indictment charges Huffman additionally with multiple counts of first and third-degree criminal sexual conduct, aggravated assault, and felonious restraint. Huffman stands accused of allegedly torturing, abusing, and raping the victim, Katina Afjei, prior to her death. Doctors concluded he is fit to stand trial. No word yet on when Huffman is scheduled to appear back in court. And a woman charged in connection to the deadly armed robbery outside the Thai Thai restaurant in Tamuning was granted her request to find work. Defendant Jenna Rose Manibusan appeared before Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan in Superior Court on Wednesday. Prosecutors opposed the request due to the serious charges she's facing, including conspiracy to commit aggravated murder. The court ordered that her third-party custodian take her to find work, adding she would need to continue wearing her electronic monitoring. Manibusan and co-defendant Domingo Mendiola are charged in connection to the killing of 53-year-old Sumitra Laropi. Investigators said the deadly armed robbery was drug-related. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. You can also stream our newscast on our KUAM News YouTube channel or our Facebook page. And don't forget to follow KUAM News on Instagram for the very latest. You can also watch us on Peacock. Jonathan Charfris, KUAM News.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy El Babawi. Together, they specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
This Christmas, get the deal even Santa wouldn't be able to resist. Bring home a free smartwatch or other accessories from IT&E when you get a new phone in December. Plus, enjoy a huge discount on infinite data to keep you connected all year long. Dash in before the 22nd for the chance to win $2,000 in cash and weekly prizes. Visit ite.net for details. IT&E, connections that matter.
Frank the Crank here, and if you're looking for the ultimate gift this holiday season, listen up. At Blades by Crank, we've got Michelin star level chef knives, hunting knives, pocket knives, and the legendary Crank Chetty, and even chef accessories designed in the Marianas and built for precision and performance. These aren't just tools, they're unforgettable gifts. Whether it's for loved ones, your top employees, or loyal clients, give them something that they'll actually use and cherish every single day. Shop now at bladesbycrank.com or visit the local shop on the first floor of the Agana Shopping Center. Blades by Crank, making the holidays extra shinar.
Last night was so good. I shouldn't, because you weren't there to share the moment with me, Joe.
You jerk.
But it was, but the food was really
so
good. They had brisket.
What?
They had brisket,
Man.
and they had a couple of hams, and a couple of bomb turkeys in there. And
dude,
I looked at all of that. I said, "Where's your bread rolls? I need bread rolls."
Oh, you made your own sandwich?
Oh, I love that. That's my thing. That's my thing. Turkey sandwich on really good bread. I mean, there's nothing better than that. With Japanese Kewpie mayonnaise in there. A little cranberry that they didn't have, but that's okay. I was able to nosh my way through. And so the reason why I bring that up is because it's amazing how hungry I am right now. And hopefully we'll be able to get some chow around here as we begin to celebrate our Christmas opportunities here at the radio station. The reason why I've also got food in my head is because I'm looking at a menu that has been posted by Pirates Cove. As in Jeff's Pirates Cove, they will have a Christmas dinner. Actually, it's kind of an all-day thing, from 11 a.m. until 6 p.m., $35 set menu, starting with the Greek garden salad. The main course is turkey and ham, deep-fried Cajun turkey, emphasis on deep-fried. There's honey-glazed tavern ham, cornbread turkey giblet stuffing, mashed potatoes and homemade gravy, green bean casserole, a dinner roll and butter, and there's cranberry sauce all over the place. We've also got apple pie a la mode. There's wine and draft beer, your choice, and more. Get to Pirates Cove and make your reservations, or just show up and bring credit card or debit card or whatever, and that's how you can enjoy Christmas. You don't have to worry about cooking anything. You don't have to worry about the best part. You don't have to worry about cleaning anything. Just you.
Yeah, no dishes.
Get you clean, and then go and show up on the deal.
And don't burn the pirate.
Bunker Meadow online here this morning says, with regard to our visitors, he says, I learned they understand English as long as we slow down our speaking pace.
And speak loud.
Definitely loud.
Louder.
Yes. Where are you from?
We're from Guam.
Yes. Guam. Ray. You are who? But you got to
touch your nose. Right?
Yes, when you're yes,
I see that happen.
That's how
touch your nose.
That's how it's done. Dude, that freaks Westerners out.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of used to it because we're in Asia, right? But you go to the States and you're in line for something, and somebody says, "Excuse me, I can take your whatever over here," and you point to yourself by actually touching your nose. You mean me? And they've never seen that. Some people just never seen anything like that in their whole lives. Anyway, 9:42, getting back to some travel conversation, just because it is always going to be of interest around here. Wait. There's this story from worldbeyondwar.org. And I think they get their marching orders from people in, quote, the think tank here. Colonel Defense Department launches ballistic missiles from Vandenberg Air Force Base. These ballistic missiles are generally intercepted by missiles launched 4,200 miles away from the Ronald Reagan Missile Test Range in the Marshall Islands. We're familiar with that. Yes, U.S. officials said the recent U.S. missile test launch was just part of a routine and periodic activities to reassure U.S. allies that its nuclear deterrent is safe, secure, reliable, and effective to deter 21st century threats. An interesting article so far, no? But the gist of the story is Guam becomes a bigger military target with new interceptor site and a new way to launch ICBM missiles by parachute? Several days ago, on December 10, Guam became an even bigger military target in the Pacific with the activation of Missile Intercept Site. The Missile Defense Agency carried out its first intercept from Guam of a ballistic missile target, which the agency called a critical milestone in the effort to create a defensive network to shield the American territory of Guam. But they go on to make the point that since they did that, well, how do you do? Now you're an even bigger target, you udo. Is that what you wanted to do? There's always going to be somebody second-guessing. Usually it's me, but I don't know. Yeah, we've already been a pretty big target. I don't understand. Now we're a bigger target. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah,
we were already a target, but now we're a bigger target because we have defensive capabilities that we didn't have before. Guam hasn't grown in size any. The military footprint might have gotten a little bit bigger with the construction of Camp Blas and maybe a couple of new submarines down in
We've just become more vicious.
Yeah. But now we're an even bigger target. I don't know. We've been in the sites going back to the Cold War that we had with the Russians. So I don't know if the target can actually grow in size that way. Where are we? 9:45. I got an email here, a holiday message from GPA, John Beneventi. JB, I call him. It says, as 2024 comes to a close, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Guam and extend my best wishes that you turn on every holiday light in the house, leave it on 24 hours a day. Never, ever turn them off. Especially, don't worry about the power bill. We're going to turn on Ukadu sometime next year, September, and then you'll be able to enjoy the savings. Plus, we got a reduction in the LEAC, so go ahead and just spend up whatever you spin up the meters as much as you possibly can. He didn't actually say that.
The grid can take it.
He did not actually say that. But it was so nice because they also in the same mailer have come out with last-minute energy-saving gift ideas for the whole family, including. Wait a second, Tracy's chiming in on the WhatsApp.
Oh boy!
I got to be careful. I don't want to get in trouble. That's not what he said.
You need to turn everything on, man.
So among the things that they want you to buy, great last-minute gifts, they say, GPA says, that these use less energy than a conventional oven and great for meal prep. We're talking about a slow cooker. Is that true?
I don't know.
They run with less
but it's delicious.
electricity. I mean, they plug in and they make something hot. And to me, though, the combination of the two of them usually equals power
use.
Yeah, power use. So I'm okay. I don't know. The Brentwood, I think, is the name of the brand that they're talking about here. They want you to buy LED night lights and light strips and smart plugs. Help reduce standby power consumption by turning off devices when not in use. So you get a little plug that is Bluetooth to your phone, and you can tell it to go on and off. Air fryer, energy-efficient alternative to ovens for small meals. I got to admit, I'm an air fryer guy. I bought one. Damn. I always threaten. I got one with attachments. That's how much I.
Yeah.
That's how much I
step
into air fryer. And I will admit I've used it once. It's got a rotisserie on the inside of it.
Oh, so this is the big one, the multi-level. It's got shelves, and you can rip it out and put in the rotisserie.
Not quite as big as a small TV.
Okay.
But it's got a drawer that, not a drawer, but it's got a door that opens out, and it's got 3 different levels that you can put your Spam on. or leftover chicken from KFC or whatever. And then the other one is it's got a rotisserie on the inside of it. And if you can get either a small chicken or what do they call that? Horny hens.
Yeah.
Cornish hens.
There you go, Ray. Either way, I'm with you, man.
Thank you, yes. You Cornish hen.
Yes, a Cornish hen.
And it will, you set it up and you turn the thing on, and like 14 minutes later, it will roast it all the way through, and you've got this great air fryer crackling on the outside of it. You can still stop it down and do some basting if you like, or I've got a couple of recipes for just making sure you got flavor in and around it, and I've done that actually once or twice on the machine, and absolutely love it. There's a mini pocket projector, so you'll be able to take big screen experiences without having to lug around an actual big screen. There's solar-powered phone chargers, e-books, and more. And there is a thing, Tracy, I found it, where if you want to save electricity, turn off decorations. Make sure to turn off all indoor and outdoor electrical decorations before leaving home or work or going to bed, and that will help you reduce your carbon footprint, etc. The studio time is 9:49. When I return, I don't know. We can do it now. Is there a long break in front of me?
It's not that long.
Not that long? When we return, a new trend in traveling that we'll discuss next.
Introducing Nissan Guam's exclusive first-time buyer program. Perfect for those with little or no credit history, no co-signer required. It's simple. You apply, we approve. You drive away in your brand new Nissan. Low monthly payments perfect for any budget. Get started on your finance pre-qualification at NissanGuam.com or call their helpful sales team at 671-647-7261 today. On approved credit, conditions apply. See Nissan Guam for details.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Hey Guam! Looking for a place to chill and beat the heat? Hafaloha has got you covered. Enjoy their refreshing acai smoothies and bowls packed with fresh fruits and other nutritious fillings, or grab some shave ice that's drenched in tropical flavors, which will transport you straight to paradise. If you're after a meal to satisfy your curiosity and hunger, they have amazing local-style burgers, savory poke bowls, and creative appetizers like the poke nachos and guam bomb roll. But before you wrap up your day, check out some of their unique merch. Whether you want beach vibes wear or something stylish for a night out, they got it. They're open all week from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. till 10 p.m. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hafaloha and at Hafaloha Concert Series for their incredible events. Call 671-989-3444. That's 989-3444.
Nice. The folks all over the island touting the fact that United Airlines has open booking now for the new nonstop Taipei Guam service that is set to begin April of 2025. Big deal. It's a big deal because it helps us encourage a maturation of a new source market, not just Korea, not just Japan, but bringing Taiwan out. And there's a lot of reasons for Taiwanese to want to come out to Guam and enjoy the same thing that the Japanese and Koreans do. But they've also have got an eye for being able to go and do business in the United States of America for a variety of reasons. There are already a significant number, truly great Chinese chamber that we've got here on Guam. Representing all kinds of interests from Taiwan and all kinds of investments from there as well, and many of them I think would welcome the opportunity not just to take people around, have them run over to Pirates Cove and spend some time, have some chicken wings and cold beer, and think about the possibilities of expanding their business and their operations out to Guam. Could happen. It's not just tourism when we start talking about the Taiwanese. Tattoo Shauna talking about the new hen seasoning. Sorry, there's no such thing as a horny hen seasoning. I was trying to say Cornish hen, Sean. I was trying to say
doing his best.
Cornish hen, and I don't know. I had a speech up in my mix, and that's what will happen occasionally.
Speech therapy.
But there is a seasoning, there is a recipe. I'm looking at it now, but I don't think it's the same one that I use. It doesn't have enough spices in it, and it's for a chicken recipe called Robin Hood chicken. Now you can use this on full-blown chickens, or scale it down and do it with Cornish hens. Generally the idea is to get as much flavor wrapped into the bird as possible, retaining the moisture. So I've modified this. I will cook the bird whole. Take a full lemon and peel it. I'll either peel it or I'll squeeze the juice into the butt of the chicken and then shove the lemon inside. So it's
shove it up in there.
Yes, it's cooking with the lemon shoved up in there, Joe. And the idea is that as it cooks, it brings out the zest of the lemon, the juice of the lemon, and infuses it into the body of the chicken. Now that's good on the inside. On the outside, like I said, there's a whole variety of rubs that you can put on. This one here is pretty basic. It's talking about minced fresh rosemary, parsley, garlic, etc. I'm a nut for thyme, so I'll put some thyme on the gizmo and might be a couple of other spices. Kosher salt, black pepper, and you know, you can make it as crazy as you want to. The object for me is to marinate and then baste, so that I get a good crackling. I like the little crackle on the chicken skin when it's done. And sometimes I actually achieve that result. It's called Robin Hood chicken, and you might want to do there's recipes like this all over the place. Figure out what it is that you want and then modify it. But I was going to tell you about a travel trend. Where you can go to countries where they actually do have horny hens, and check them out. Maybe a trip to Taiwan. You know, I went to Taiwan years ago on kind of a mission, and I went by myself. And there have been opportunities for me to travel in my life, and I'm 50-50 on it, whether I like to travel alone or whether I like to travel with people.
Yeah.
It's interesting to travel with
people. What gets lonely when you're by yourself?
It's kind of, sort of, depending, on the degree to which you are a social animal. I've found that I'm a pretty social animal, so I can handle being by myself. On the airplane and in the hotel, and checking out the nightlife and the day life in places that I like to go to. And it is a trend that is growing, where more people are finding joy and meaning in traveling by themselves. Now, there's folks that there's no way you can do that. No, I got to be with my wife. I got to be with the kids. Got to be with the husband, boyfriend, whatever. I've got to be going with them. But can you imagine, if you will, the freedom that you can have by getting on the airplane, landing someplace, and just going solo on everything? Dine by yourself, or dine someplace. I'm fond of several places in the Philippines that I like to eat, because if you want to, you can eat in very social settings, and many of the places that you go to, you order something, and like Max's, it's designed to be shared by people. So it's not uncommon if I'm sitting around to say, offer somebody, you want a piece of chicken? I got a piece of chicken, or whatever. A great way to meet new people, something that you might be less motivated to do if you're already traveling with people. It's like you don't want to give up time with family and friends and start striking out and making new family and friends if you've already brought some with you. I guess the mentality is, bringing sand to the beach. 50% of Americans are planning to go solo on a solo trip sometime in 2025, and they're starting to kind of gang together. It's like, if that makes any sense, where there are like groups that you can join that are specifically for solo travelers. So ponder that as you start thinking about places that you would like to go in 2025. Is this someplace that you want to go alone? Manila? Certain parts? Bangkok, Thailand? Someplace like that?
Bangkok has him now.
Here's a tip. If you want to know if this is your thing, try having dinner alone at the bar of your favorite neighborhood restaurant. Build up to a day or a half day of adventuring in a city or town within driving distance. They're telling everybody to do all of this stuff just to see if you are capable, if you're one of those people that can handle being by yourself. I remember being in between wives, and trying to get to a point where I was okay sitting in a restaurant at a table by myself and eating. And I got to tell you, I mean, I'm a social guy. That's kind of tricky. I kind of like having company at dinner time. But, in 2024, I'm completely okay going someplace, getting a plate of something and a cold beer, and that's it. Need to worry about anybody else. What was also tricky was movies. I'd always gone to movies with somebody. And then, like I said, between wives, it was a little bit tricky to do that. And now in 2024, I don't go to movies.
Alone?
What's that?
You'd go to a movie alone?
By yourself? Right? It's always
Only Johnson Theater.
Hasn't it always been like a date thing? I don't know. I'm not trying to encourage you to be loners, but if you're okay, if you're okay on your own, take it a couple of steps further and go traveling by yourself. Jay says, travel with a Tattoo Shauna says, I have to travel with somebody. Got a horrible sense of direction. I will get lost. Yeah. Totally understand. And Tattoo Shauna, and we've always had this kind of threat that one of these days we're going to have the point journey to Japan, and Tattoo Shauna is going to be our translator and guide.
She doesn't speak Japanese.
To which she prays that we don't ever actually take her up on the option. You can make the logo for the trip. That's what we will have your artwork do the logo on the deal. What are you talking about? It's 9-10 o'clock already. Really?
We did it.
I don't know how.
Tomorrow's Friday.
I don't know how.
I don't either.
Good Lord. Friday, the last Friday before Christmas, and among the last Fridays of 2024. So try not to breathe in too much of the conspiracy theories that they're talking about now, where they're saying things like, don't be in crowded places because there's going to be some kind of strange event that's going to be taking place to derail the Trump inauguration. So far, just a conspiracy theory. But just in case. As I said, don't breathe in too much of that stuff. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, or darn close to it. The radio station, KUSG, again, you. For real, Jill, and Donna, and Norman, and Rai. This is Ray Gibson, and Jerry Roberts. This is Ray Gibson saying, have a terrific Thursday. Try to get some shopping in today. Even if it's just gift certificates or honey from Shirley's, try to get in a little bit of that. And we got No Frowny Face Day tomorrow here on The Point.
Slamming Republicans after President-elect Trump called on them to renegotiate the stopgap government funding bill.
House Republicans have been ordered to shut down the government and hurt everyday Americans all across this country.
The bill included funding for people impacted by the recent hurricanes and money to rebuild the Key Bridge in Baltimore that was struck by a cargo ship earlier this year.